Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Repairative Architecture, Urban Remediation, and Ecologies of Care in Future Metropolis Symposium. I am Professor Ng, a lecturer at the Bartlett School of Architecture, UCL.
And I'm John Bennett from the University of Cape Town in South Africa.
So we are the co-organizer of this forum, and it is a real honor to open this international symposium with such a generous, diverse group of contributors, spanning architecture, ecology, green finance, policy, and activism.
For me, this forum grows out of a long-term engagement with contexts where repair is not optional or aspirational, but already the default condition of practice. Working in South Africa for over 15 years in informal settlements, contested inner city buildings, and fragile coastal systems, I've come to learn that architecture often begins after damage, disinvestment, or erasure has already occurred.
Yeah, so for us, we spell repair reparative rather than reparative because we wanted to define how architecture is a process of repair. So reparative is an established debated discourse often used to describe an effort to amend historical, social, or political inequity. Yet we deliberately misspell it because reparative with an I is our intention today, is to frame repair not as a passive noun of fixing something that's damaged, but as an active verb, a way of thinking architecture as a process, as an ongoing negotiation. In doing so, we resist the temptation to conflate repair as an urban remedy. And so we want to view it as a method to preempt rather than patch up the future.
And to build from that, what interests us is that the idea of repair, not just as a technical fix, but as a relational practice, one that sits between people, material, institutions, ecologies, and histories, particularly in societies like South Africa that are deeply unequal and shaped by various forces outside of their own control, such as the colonial and apartheid legacies, where repair has become a way of navigating broken systems that don't always speak to one another. Today's forum is an attempt to hold space for those tensions between urgency and care, innovation and maintenance, expertise and lived knowledge.
So the forum is structured in three conversations, three distinct but interlinked lenses for repair. In roundtable 1, we have eco-equity and practices of repair. It looks at how urban remediation and ecologies of care can reshape sustainable metropolis future. In roundtable 2, living system and the polis of repair turn our gaze to relational networks, human, ecological, technical, and political. And finally, in roundtable 3, we have biofabrication and innovations of repair. It impacts how emerging materials and digital method can cultivate resilient futures.
So our opening provocation is very simple, but intentionally slightly uncomfortable. So if architecture were truly an act of repair rather than consumption, what belief would we first need to unlearn as designers, planners, and institutions? Is this a belief in permanence? Is it a belief in control and that growth is the only form of progress? Or perhaps the idea that architects are authors rather than participants in much larger living systems? We invite you to hold this question with us throughout the day and to let it shift as you listen.
Yeah, so we really have to thank you for staying with us on a Saturday. And we're just showing some preliminary numbers of how many around the world cares about the future. And there's hope to build differently and build better. So as of now, we have over 240 signed up globally in just 3 weeks from over 25 countries. We have a perfect 50-50 gender balance, a wide span of 1 to 25 plus years of work experience. 60% are from architecture background and the rest represent 10 other sectors from healthcare to finance. We've also got 20% of attendees coming from transnational organizations with 30% of individual signups. And to celebrate this moment, I think it will be fair if we invite the guests who has arrived to take a selfie with us, just like in a physical forum. And I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Happy symposium. Okay, after today, We hope that this symposium will be one of the first results that show up if you Google repairative architecture, because repair, like a good search engine optimization, is always about being found again, making something visible to future generations.
And then just to add, please feel free to drop any questions into the Q&A at any point. It's a Zoom webinar format, which I'm sure we're all very used to by now. And we'll be using polls and short prompts throughout the day to bring your voices into the discussion. All responses are anonymous and will be used only for research and reflection purposes. This forum is much about listening and it's about thinking. And before we begin, we'd both really like to thank the supporting organizations and collaborators, the Digital Commons, Friends of the Earth Hong Kong, Repairative Architecture South Africa, UABV Hong Kong, CUHK Architecture, Bartlett B Pro program, the Bartlett School of Architecture, the Bartlett Robotics, University of Cape Town, MedPHA, and of course, all our speakers who've given up their Saturdays and their time to join us. And we really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so without further delay, let me introduce our honorable guest to help us set the stage, Professor Leung Wing-mo. Professor Leung is the former assistant director of the Hong Kong Observatory, adjunct professor at the physics department of CUHK, the chairman of Guangdong Nuclear Safety Consultative Committee. Professor Leung is the first professional meteorologist in Hong Kong to host TV weather programs, including the popular science education series Mo Observatory, Mo Zhe at TVB. He dedicated himself to environmental stewardship, serving key roles at the Hong Kong Meteorological Society, the Green Earth Conservation E3 Foundation, and the Hong Kong Red Cross Council. Please may I welcome you to the stage, Professor Leung.
Thank you very much, Provide. And first of all, you have to allow me to share my PowerPoint. Right now, I can't share my PowerPoint.
Of course. Thanks for reminding me.
Thanks. So can everyone see my PowerPoint?
It's coming up. Yes, perfect.
Good. So I'll start. Thank you, Provides and John, for having me in this interesting and important symposium. What I'm going to do in the next 15 minutes or so is to describe to you the state of the climate, particularly the latest development of the climate system. It is my intention that after listening to me, that you should be upset or worried to a certain extent, because I think if you are upset about what I'm going to tell you, it means that you're concerned about the way that the climate has been changing. And of course, I know that there are communication experts and psychology saying that when we talk about climate change, we shouldn't be alarming, all right, such as to the extent that we desensitize the people about climate actions and so on. But I don't really subscribe to that concept, because I mean, if you are truly concerned about certain issues, then we should be really take action to tackle about it. So here we are. This is actually a screen capture from the United Nations website several months ago. The headline is that in 2024, we have a record rise in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Well, actually, it is pretty much the same last year, 2025. If you look at this chart, which every bar here represents the additional amount of carbon dioxide we add into the atmosphere year after year in the unit ppm, part per million. You can see that in the last 2 years, 2024 and 2025, we added roughly about 3.5 ppm every year. If we compare that with the 10-year average from 2011 to 2020, which was 2.4 unit, then it represents more than 40% rise, all right, in the increase of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Now, that is worrying to me, because Since 1992, when we have the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and in particular in 1997, where the Kyoto Protocol was signed, we are talking about decarbonization, we're talking about carbon neutrality year after year, month after month. And from this chart here, you see that we are not doing very well. At least we're not up to the expectation of the scientists. So with that much carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, obviously, we expect rise in our temperature. Okay, so in these two charts here, the charts in the left is the carbon dioxide, I mean the temperature rising trend up to 2015, where we signed the Paris Agreement. So at that time, we made an estimate as to when we will reach the 1.5 degrees benchmark or threshold. Now that is what we call the aspiration or threshold, which was a consensus reached in the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, that we should contain the rise in global temperature to within 1.5 degrees, counting from the pre-industrial era, which was roughly taken to be 1850. All right. So we have this data, temperature data. So we use a very simple method of extrapolating the rising trend. So when the time when Paris Agreement was signed, we expect that by the year 2042, that threshold will be breached. Okay. But since then, 10 years has passed. We have another 10 years of data, and you can see that this 30-year trend is much steeper than the 30 years trend 10 years ago. So using the same extrapolation method, we are now projecting that the 1.5 degree threshold will be breached 3 years from now. So that is obviously not a good sign. And of course, we ask the question, why is it, I forget about this chart. So you see, we have global warming, and we have global warming, which is accelerating. Now, that is not news at all, because back 20 years ago, even 30 years ago, when I was still working in the Hong Kong Observatory, we have 140 years of data. We know that warming is, the trend of warming is accelerating. We know that from the data in Hong Kong. But this is a paper published last year by the famous scientist, climate scientist, James Hansen. And if you look at this two period, the first one is the latest 14-year period from 2010 to 2013. We have a rise of roughly 0.35 degrees C every 10 years. If we compare that to the trend, a longer trend from 1970 to 2010, the warming rate is just 0.18. So we have nearly doubled the amount of global warming in just a few decades. And that is alarming to me. And the graph to the right is actually a graph representing the temperature anomaly today from the website Climate Central. So if you look at the color, the deeper the red color, it means that it is much, much warmer than usual. And in Hong Kong this afternoon, the maximum temperature was 6 degrees warmer than normal. So we have a very warm afternoon today. And according to Climate Central, they use what we call the attribution science. And the conclusion is that this kind of very warm weather that we experience today is made 2 to 3 times more often, more likely as a result of global warming. All right. So, it's winter time. I don't really mind if we have a milder winter, but the situation is totally different when we're in summertime, because we have heat waves, which are sometimes called silent killers. So we have to ask ourselves the question, why was there such an increase in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere? And that seems to be a silly question, because everybody knows from the graph on the left-hand side that this is because we are burning fossil fuel, we are having a lot of other human activities that is adding carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. That is the obvious questions, right? But what worries me is the graph on the right. And that represents the amount of carbon stored in the terrestrial system, which means the land surface in the Northern Hemisphere. You know, the Northern Hemisphere has the most land masses. What I'm trying to tell you is that despite the fact that we are pumping carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, Mother Nature has been helping us all along by absorbing the carbon dioxide. But because we're pumping too much carbon dioxide, the Mother Nature cannot absorb each and every carbon dioxide molecule that we emit in the atmosphere. But nevertheless, the land surface absorbs nearly 30% of all the amount of carbon dioxide we emitted year after year. But if you look at this chart, since the year 2016, we have been seeing a declining amount of carbon stored in the terrestrial system, which to a certain extent means that Mother Nature, Mother Earth, is now sick. We have a declining, but not totally collapsing land sink. So that is really worrying to me. And apart from the terrestrial system, we have the ocean, which is also playing a very important role in absorbing the carbon dioxide that we emit, human beings emit to the atmosphere. And this chart is the chart in 2023, and different colors represent the amount of carbon dioxide coming out from the ocean. You see, the ocean and the atmosphere is always in a dynamic process. We have carbon dioxide being absorbed by the ocean. The ocean also emit part of the carbon dioxide. But the net result is that the ocean actually helps us to absorb about 2/9 of the carbon dioxide that we emitted. But in 2023, we are seeing the dark colors here, which means that they are outgassing more than normal. All right, carbon dioxide in the ocean is coming out much more quickly than normal. And that is a bad sign because Mother Nature is now not as useful as before as a carbon sink, absorbing our carbon dioxide. So that is the physical aspect of the state of a climate system. Of course, I can talk on and on and on with all this carbon dioxide, with all this rise in temperature. We have extreme weather of all kinds. We have drought, we have flood, we have stronger typhoons, we have more severe wildfire, and that explains why the terrestrial system is less capable of absorbing the carbon dioxide. But let me move to another aspect of climate change. I just talked to Provice yesterday, and Provice suggested maybe we can talk about climate justice. So this is a chart created by the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change of the United Nations. This is a projection of the additional number of people dying as a result of climate change, as a result of deteriorating health arising from climate change. Factors which cause death include maybe more dengue fever, more diarrheal diseases, more malaria, more heat wave, and above all, more malnutrition. Okay, so if you can see this chart here, which is a projection in the near future from 2030 to 2050. Each bar represents the additional number of deaths arising from health condition which is attributable to climate change. If you look at the distribution, most of the deaths occurred in, for example, Africa, in South Africa, and in all those places which are already poor, the more vulnerable country. So that is, a sign that injustice is deepening as a result of climate change, right? Injustice to some people, to a lot of people, is actually part of human rights. So we are breaching the human rights issue as a result of climate change getting worse and worse. And this is another example of injustice being deepening. On the top left part of the slide, you have a little child collecting water from a muddy puddle, and that kind of water is actually the life survival for his family. All right, that is a situation in many places in Africa now. As a matter of fact, if you look at this diagram here, people are queuing up for water, and that is the Hong Kong situation 63 years ago. We have a very, very dry year. And if you look at rainfall trend here, this is 1963. We have very little rainfall, less than 1,000 millimeters of rainfall. Okay, so we have what we call water rationing. Okay, and the last water rationing is, happened in the 1980s, early 1980s. So if you're younger than 40 years old, you don't experience any water rationing in Hong Kong. Why we don't have any water rationing? Why we don't have water shortage here in Hong Kong since the early 1980s? Because we are a kind of rich city, so to speak. We are capable of building infrastructure. For example, we are capable of letting the Dongjiang River, or what we call the East River, into the Hong Kong. We can build large infrastructure. As if this is not enough to protect Hong Kong, we are now having an infrastructure where the West Jiang, or the West River's water, can be pumped into Hong Kong if needed. So we have the capability to fight water security issue, to fight water scarcity. But the situation is not the same for other vulnerable cities, vulnerable countries like those in Africa, in South Asia, and so on. And we talk about decarbonization, carbon neutrality, and so on. One very important concept is that with this process, it is a transition which should be just and fair. But from the South China Morning Post, which is a local newspaper in Hong Kong, published an article published just a couple of days ago. The heading is, "Without pension reform, China is leaving its rural elderly out in the cold." What does that mean? China is doing a very good job in decarbonizing, right? In restraining or lowering the carbon emission. One way is to use more natural gas in place of coal, because by replacing natural gas with coal, you immediately cut the carbon dioxide emission by half. But in doing so, people will have to pay a lot more because natural gas is more expensive than coal. So for those old people, for those pensioners who do not have enough money, they prefer not to turn on the heater during the winter time. Right. So this is one issue which I would like to suggest that attention to the urgency of just and fair transition is not sufficient, not just in Hong Kong, not just in China, but probably all over the world. And another reason that we should be upset is that we are not doing injustice, not to our own people, not to the more vulnerable people, not just to the vulnerable people and the poor people, but also to wildlife as well. So according to WWF, we have diminishing wildlife, in particular the vertebrate. And this graph here, the left bottom graph is the accumulative extinction of different animals like fishes, like amphibians and birds and so on. So 500 years ago, we have very little extinction dying of species. But in the last 100 years or so, we see rapid rise in the extinction rate. Now, this doesn't mean that I'm not saying that climate change is the culprit. But climate change has a very important property of multiplying the risk, right? Extinction of species is due to various reasons. For example, overcatching, for example, pollution, and things like that. But climate change is exacerbating the trend. So some scientists say that we are now already into the 6th mass extinction and so on. So the pictures on the right is just an example showing that the parrotfish, which is one species, is very important for other ecosystem in the marine environments. For example, we see a lot of healthy corals here, but without the parrotfish, then a lot of algae will be outgrowing, and that is very bad for the coral. So the entire coral ecosystem will die. And another reason, lots of other reasons for us to be upset, and that is what the scientists call the global tipping points. In the natural ecosystem, in the natural physical system, in the climate system, we have a certain threshold of temperature, which scientists are not totally certain that if we reach that threshold, then we will reach a point of no return. And that change is always detrimental to the ecosystem and also to the human society. And then the most vulnerable, of course, is the coral reef system. In the coral reef, I mean, if the temperature rises to 2 degrees, then we are quite certain that all the tropical coral reef will die. And there are other systems like the West Antarctica ice sheet, which is very fragile and vulnerable, and it could collapse. And if it collapses, then it will bring to perhaps several meters of rise in sea level and so on. So these are things that we have to be very careful. If we reach a certain tipping point, then perhaps there will also be what we call the cascading effect or the domino effect or feedback effect in scientific terms. And that will magnify the changes and bring us to a point that we can no longer protect our climate system well. And of course, the Trump administration is withdrawing not only from Paris Agreement, but also from IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and also the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. That is a very bad sign, because this is a sign that one of the most advanced country in the world in terms of technology, in terms of science, is withdrawing from the international community in combating against climate change. This is totally against the wish of COP30, the climate summit, which was held in Brazil just a couple of months ago. And the president, and one of the aspirations of the president is to reinforce multilateralism. And that is because only united can we safeguard the climate regime. And the fact that the Trump administration is withdrawing from the United Nations and all this climate change collaboration is, of course, not something that we would like to have. So this is my final slide. It is what we call the emission gap. So the thick black line is the carbon dioxide emission every year. So it is in terms of a very enormous amount, gigaton carbon dioxide. All right. So we are emitting a lot of carbon dioxide. So we are still on a rising trend. But of course, under the Paris Agreement, under the UNFCCC, then every country will have the obligation of submitting a carbon emission policy. And according to all these policies, then we should be able to reduce the emission of carbon dioxide by just a little bit. But if we are talking about containing the rise of carbon dioxide, not 1.5 degrees, because according to James Hansen's paper, it is not meaningful to talk about 1.5 degrees C anymore, because we are already committed to a rise of 2 degrees centigrade. So if we were to contain the rise of temperature to within 2 degrees centigrade, we should bring our carbon dioxide emission to here, right? So that represents the gap. So if the government or if the international community is not able to bridge the gap, then we as citizens, as architects, as scientists, as whatever our profession are, have the obligation of filling in the gaps, right? So this is the final slide. And lastly, I would like to urge the audience that we all begin 2026 with conviction and courage, to continue working toward a climate stable future. I think that is workable if we work together. So with that, I pass the mic or whatever to you, Provice and John.
Thank you so much for all. I think all of those numbers really tell a story. Now we have the ambition to ask every guest the same question, so we can collect the answer. We have a huge audience of designers, architects, and planners. So can we ask you, from your perspective, if architecture and urban development has to truly embrace an act of repair to our ecology rather than pure consumption, what belief do you think we first have to unlearn before we start building again?
I don't know the answer, Provides. Actually, frankly speaking, I know very little about architecture, but from a very layman point of view, here in Hong Kong, I don't know what happens to other parts of the world. We are putting a lot of construction waste into our landfill. You know, we have a problem with landfill in Hong Kong as well, and a large portion of that problem is because of the built industry, because of buildings and things like that. We tore down our buildings, and then all these construction materials are going to the landfills, and that makes us another additional problem. So I think the purpose of this symposium, reparative or reparative architecture is very timely and very what I'm trying to say is that in combating climate change, there is no silver bullet, although we have lots and lots of ways of reducing carbon dioxide emission, but we have no single way where we can solve the huge problem of carbon dioxide emission. So everyone has to chip in. So as an individual, our personal behavior, and as a professional, as an architect, as an engineer, we all have our methods to reduce carbon emission and to repair our environment. Because as I just said, the Mother Nature is not sick to a certain extent because Mother Nature is not able to absorb as much carbon dioxide as it used to do in the past. So by repairing the environment, by repairing the ecosystem and so on, we are all helping with building a climate stable future that we talk about. So I don't know, I answered your question. Frankly speaking, I don't have a good answer to your question.
No, thank you so much for pointing that out. Sometimes we're so deep in a profession that we don't actually see what we are doing as a profession. So
Yeah,
thank you
right,
so much, Professor Lin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we'll move into roundtable one, Provides, if I'm not mistaken. And I'd like to ask you to join me in welcoming the chair of our first roundtable, Tebogo Ramatlo. He is an architect and academic here in South Africa at the Tshwane University of Technology, whose work critically examines how post-apartheid mega projects often reproduce rather than repair spatial inequality. His research offers an important lens for thinking about repair not as only good intention, but as something that must be structurally and politically grounded. So Tebogo, I'm going to hand over to you, and I'm in your session, so I'm in your hands.
Okay. Thank you, Journal. Thank you, Provide, and thank you to Prof. Luan for your inspiring presentation. I would say at the end of this, or maybe after your presentation, I am concerned, and I'm already thinking about what solutions can come into play. And as John has introduced me, my name is Dr. Ramatlo. I'm based in South Africa. Currently, it's midday this side in South Africa, and I'm sure it's evening on your side. But the wonderful world of technology allows us to connect and have this very important discussion on repairing. And we host a session to bring on new ideas and also making exciting discussions on how do we make architecture or the built environment and all these other disciplines come together to discuss reparative architecture. And as John has mentioned, I'm currently a doctoral candidate in architecture, looking at Johannesburg spatial morphology in terms of how do we defragment the already fragmented spatial morphology, which was shaped previously by colonialism to apartheid, but we still have the same development trend that still is fragmented and perpetuates a culture of inequality, which creates further deepening spatial injustice. So, as a provocation, before we start the session, I will raise a number of points that I think in line with today's discussion to talk about what is reparative architecture, and also not just talking about it as something that is an aspiration, as been mentioned, also as a point of acting as to how do we act on it, and also finding synonyms to the word reparative that also I feel like have deeper connections to people, especially if we talk about architecture of healing. I would like to bring those words into the discussion as to how do we heal, and not just architecture, but also as people, healing the mind, the body, and the soul, and start to think of cities as human beings, cities as living beings that also need to be repaired, and also talking about especially from the last slide from Prof. Luang, where it shows how American trends have been moving and shaping the global discourse as to how do we bring in sort of healing agents, how do we detox um, architecture or detox the built environment. Because we know that if we are on a process of healing the body, there are processes that we take in terms of if you have a cough or if you have some sort of bug in your system, how do we bring in, this active ingredients that help us heal our bodies and heal our cities? I want to bring that as a provocation to look at a city as a living being, and how do we bring in the systems that also thrive on the concept of high science, low technology, where we start thinking of how do we embody principles where we're using way less technology to heal, and we use high science principles and ideas that most of the time follow principles that have been used from centuries ago, in terms of how do we bring in local ideas, local principles, something that is within the reach, and something that doesn't require mega industries to start taking these principles and monetizing them for their own benefit and greed. Because the other thing that we need to talk about in terms of reparative is that how do economics and politics talk to reparative? Because if they don't talk to each other, we're still going to have these dialogues for quite long times, and the industry will not follow the trend because it's thinking of how it can milk and take from the world and society. So with that said, I'll stop there right now, and then I will lead with other questions later on, where we'll talk about policies into practice. That why is sustainability a choice? Why is it not? How can we make sustainability beyond just choice and it's actually law? That being unsustainable is breaking the law. So with that said, I would like to introduce our speakers for the first roundtable, Eco-Equity and Practices of Repair. Dr. Jonna Bennett provides, and architect Stanley Thor. So I will read their bio. Dr. Jonna Bennett is a senior lecturer at the University of Cape Town, focusing on spatial justice and reparative design. He co-founded 1:1 Agency of Engagement. His work spans 15 years bridging grassroots practice, research, and education. Recognized with awards including the Ashoka Fellowship, he explores architecture's role in addressing urban inequality. That is Dr. Jonna Bennett. I will also introduce the other speaker, architect Stanley Thor, is an associate director in the project management office at the Hong Kong Shen Innovation and Technology Park. His experience in complex development such as dry and wet labs, modular integrated construction to InnoCell, incorporating latest tech into planning, design, and construction. He is the council member of the Hong Kong Institute of Architects and chair of HKIA CPD office. And our last speaker, who's also the host, Ms. Provides, is a lecturer at the, I think is that QS, Bartlett School of Architecture, University College of London, and a doctoral researcher at the CUHK. She is the founder of Digital Commons Initiative, which works to improve digital literacy in underprivileged communities. She serves as a panel member on the development bureau and LCSD, and was recognized as one of the Global 15 by the Falling Walls Science Summit at the Berlin Science Week 2025. And with that said, I would like to start the session. I will hand over to Dr. John Bennett.
Thanks to Bocho. Let me get my screen share going so you can see my slides. Great. So as
Yes, perfect.
Perfect, thank you. As the Bocho says, my name is John Bennett. I'm an architectural urbanist, which is the title that I guess I made up 10 years ago and I continue to use. And I work between Johannesburg and now Cape Town and for a long time London. And I guess that's expanding. But rather than starting with a definition of what reparative architecture might be, I'd learned to begin with a hesitation. In the context that I teach and practice in, particularly in Cape Town coastline, I've come to see that repair doesn't arrive as a clear concept or a stable method. It appears unevenly through moments of tension, discomfort, and partial understandings. So today, I'm hoping to not tell you what repair is. Instead, I want to share what seems to be emerging as a reparative practice through some of my own work and some of the work of the students that I've been working with here. So this presentation centers on repair not as a technical fix, but as a way of rethinking, particularly through the principles of Southern urbanism. In contexts that are shaped by historical dispossession and ongoing inequality, repair is very much a socio-political act. It deals with spatial injustice, but also with everyday work of maintenance, care, and survival. Through this lens, I want to gently challenge the dominant best practice model and instead foreground local knowledge, lived experience, and ethical engagement as central to shaping inclusive and resilient cities. This framing builds on the work of scholars who have challenged how urban theory travels. Gauthenbaum speaks to these ideas of Southern urbanism as theories that resist universal solutions and ideas that do not speak of a binary of a global north and a south, but rather as a relational dynamic between a central, inverted commas, north and various souths. Vanessa Watson urges us to see this from the south, questioning the fit of what are largely northern-centric policy models. Jennifer Robertson's idea of ordinary cities reminds us that difference is not deficit. Together, they open a space for an approach that starts from context rather than importing ideals from a context that it doesn't match. Co-production builds on these ideas, not just as a method, but as an ethic. It resists extractive or top-down interventions and instead values situated knowledge, collective care, and relational responsibility. Especially in informal or contested urban contexts, co-production offers a more adaptive and ethical way of working, though it is never frictionless or ever comfortable. To ground this, I want to briefly situate these ideas in place. Understand how, and from our own practice, through an understanding of repair in a project in Johannesburg called, in an area called Denver. Denver resists easy categorization. It's layered with migrant labor histories, apartheid planning, tribal governance, and contemporary informality, all existing simultaneously. What's striking is that repair here is not exceptional. It's how this part of the city functions, echoing the rest of Johannesburg. This brings me to a more difficult dimension of repair, how cities respond to precarity. In Johannesburg, one of the most common responses has been eviction or the demolition and destruction of buildings that are deemed bad or illegal. Residents are removed from occupied inner city buildings, often in the name of safety, order, or renewal. But what's striking is how these responses consistently fail to engage with the social ecologies already operating inside. Occupation is really understood as a spatial strategy, as a way for people to organize care, access, and survival. Instead, it's framed as a problem that needs to be resolved. What has become important here is how we frame repair in relation to power. If eviction and displacement are treated as technical solutions, then repair gets collapsed into management, a way of restoring order rather than engaging with injustice. But if we understand repair as something already happening within vulnerable communities, then our role shifts quite fundamentally. This is where thinkers like Edgar Peterson and Abdul Malik Simone have been crucial for me. They help reframe African cities, not, apologies, oh gosh. They frame African cities not as spaces, oh my gosh, where people are for experimentation, but where people are constantly working across incomplete systems, forging relational forms of survival and care. From this perspective, repair is not an outcome delivered by architecture or the state. It's a condition that people are already living with, negotiating informality, infrastructure, and belonging in real time. Building on these ideas of co-production and in a very different context, but still through the line of relational ethics, I want to shift from theory to where these questions start to become tangible. Here where I am right now in Muizenberg in Cape Town, South Africa. Muizenberg is often framed as an open and inclusive space, but when the students that I worked with this year from the University of Cape Town's master's program began working there, what became clear was that as the stable conditions of openness are very much temporal and uneven. Care, safety, and visibility seems to expand and contract. They depend on the time of day, the season, the weather, and crucially on whose bodies were present. Rather than asking how to fix Muizenberg, students began by asking how it operates. When does care appear? When does it recede? Who absorbs risk when it does? This is where repair begins to shift from intervention towards attention. At this point, I want to let the students' work that I've been overseeing in Cape Town speak for itself. It is here that I lead the master's studio, and importantly, I never ask the students to design reparative architecture. I ask them to sit with places that feel unresolved environmentally, socially, historically, and to notice what repair might already be doing there. What follows are two different responses to the same coastline. They don't offer solutions, but together they start to outline what repair is becoming through a situated and relational practice. Repair in this context is both material and relational. Along this coastline, where infrastructure fails, responsibility is often displaced onto the most vulnerable communities, blamed on misuse, informality, or neglect. Yet what students consistently encountered were everyday acts of maintenance already taking place. There's something that the studio brief explicitly asks students to confront, not only what is inverted commas broken, but who is expected to absorb that brokenness. So repair here is not about replacing systems or correcting behavior. My naughty slides. It is about recognizing existing practices of care and asking them how to design might support without overwriting them. Repair becomes less about authorship and more about co-producing tools, knowledge, and spatial strategies that continue without the architect at the center. This is the work of Kanyisile, who approaches repair from a very different angle, not through systems of management, but through ritual, memory, and heritage ocean knowledge. The project began by looking backward through the Magda Munguzi's work, documentation of the Khoisan tidal fish traps along the Eastern Cape coastline. These are some of the oldest man-made structures in the region, not monuments, but working infrastructures embedded in everyday life, ceremony, and care. What's important here is not just the precedent itself, but the method of mapping, marking ritual points, anointing them with meaning, and treating space as something lived, remembered, and performed. That approach becomes foundational for how Kany's thinks about repair, not as fixing damage, but as reinscribing erased practice into the present landscape. Building on personal memory and family ritual, Kanye focused on practices of ocean safety and belonging, especially how people of color relate to the sea through caution, ceremony, and inherited knowledge. Rather than proposed fixed buildings, the project develops a constellation of spatial gestures, thresholds, bowls of calm, nets of sustenance, watchtowers of care. These are not objects in the conventional architectural sense, they are prompts, asking what might happen if indigenous knowledge systems and rituals of safety were made visible along Muizenberg's coastline. Repair here is about bringing and developing spaces for people who have long been present, but for the last century or so have been excluded from a place on the ocean. What Kanye ultimately proposes is not a solution, but a conversation with the landscape. The project asks, what if repair meant exaggerating what has been forgotten? What if safety was cultural as much technical? What if belonging was spatially supported rather than quietly denied? In this work, repair becomes an act of remembrance and refusal at the same time. This reframes repair as something slow, symbolic, and relational, a way of holding space for histories that continue to shape the present. The second project is Liam Linnefeldt. This project starts from a recognition that the coastline he's working is not neutral ground. The Cape Flats, Lavender Hill, and Phelps Bay Ecology Park are landscapes shaped by forced removals, racial zoning, conservation enclosures, and waste infrastructure, all legacies of apartheid spatial planning that continue to organize who belongs there. Rather than treating repair as an environmental problem alone, the project asks a much harder question. How do boundaries, legal, ecological, infrastructural, and psychological, continue to produce exclusion from environmental damage? What becomes particularly interesting in Liam's work is how repair is designed not as a fixed solution, but as an adaptive process. Instead of permanent barriers or static zoning, he proposes architectural elements like boundary fences and modular structures that are intentionally negotiable. In this sense, repair is not about enforcing order, but about creating frameworks where adjustment is possible, where architecture becomes a mediator. This kind of design treats repair as ongoing work, not as a finished state. Crucially, Liam situates himself as a white South African male in the landscape, not outside of it. He uses counter-mapping testimonies and historical research to make visible how planning systems have territorialized space, often under the guise of neutrality or environmental protection. Repair here is not about working with that history, erasing it, but transforming boundaries from tools of exclusion into sites of encounter, dialogue, and shared responsibility. One thing that's important to name in Liam's project is how he explicitly works through his own positionality. Drawing on the work of June Ban on ethics, power, and critical positionality, he treats design not as something done for communities, but as something negotiated with. This way of approaching repair often connects quite directly to how I've come to understand architecture itself. What makes repair visible to architecture is always porous and political, not just in what it builds, but in how it allows things to change, break, and be reworked. In that sense, repair doesn't sit outside architectural practice. It exposes the ethical and social dimensions that have always been there, but often get hidden behind claims of neutrality or expertise. It's where repair also connects to longer struggles within architectural research in South Africa. Leslie Loco challenged us to rethink how this calling for modes of practice that are responsive, plural, and deeply rooted in sociocultural dynamics, rather than imported professional templates. I want to bring this briefly back to my own practice of one-to-one agency of engagement, where we've seen how people are constantly repairing systems that were never designed to support them: housing infrastructure, governance, even legal frameworks. In places shaped by colonialism and apartheid, repair can't be understood without reckoning what has been taken, erased, or systematically denied. Without political accountability, repair risks stabilizing unjust systems rather than absorbing them. The question then becomes, repair for whom, repair by whom, and repair towards what future? It's in this work here in Cape Town and my work through my doctoral practice that reflected on my own 15 years of experience that we began working through this nature and thinking about repair and spatial practice in harmony. Across student work and my own practice work, repair keeps showing up as a process, slow, negotiated, and often unresolved. This thinking about repair is a way to open up a different conversation about values and the tools we use as architects to practice. Repair here is about confronting positionality. Who names what is broken? Who is authorized to repair it? And who bears the risk when repair fails? Seen this way, repair is not only pedagogical, but is very much a fundamental part of how anyone working in the built environment in South Africa should be considering the practice. And I extend that to contexts that are similarly unequal. It is all important to be clear here that repair is not a return to an ideal past. It is not a universal solution. It is not always it's not always the right response. I'll end here where I began, without a definition, rather asking, how do we repair the city? These projects leave me with different questions. What does it mean to design in ways that don't rush to close down brokenness, but instead allow new forms of care, responsibility, and relationality to emerge? That's where I'll pause. I look forward to continuing this discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Bennett. Thank you for an interesting and inspiring presentation. I think without wasting time, I will jump to the next speaker, Architect Anthony. I think you can go next, and then we'll have questions at the end of the sessions. I'd like to remind everyone in session participants that if you have any questions, especially right now, for all our speakers, please put them in the chat, and we'll read them out for you during the question and answer session. Feel free and be comfortable, and yeah, ask as many questions as you can. Thank you. Without wasting time, I would like to ask Dr. Anthony, Architect Anthony, to prepare his presentation.
Excuse me. Little change is Architect Stanley though.
Oh, sorry, Architect Stanley, sorry. All
Okay,
right.
thanks for
Sorry.
Remanflow hosting, and maybe I share my screen now.
Yeah.
Can you all read my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I'll start now. I'm Stanley, and I'm a registered architect in Hong Kong. The project that I am about to share is the HSITP, the Hong Kong and Shenzhen Innovation and Technology Park, which I am working in this area and also creating the environment in this area. Upon I got the title Reparative Architectures in to be shared now, I start thinking what the area that I work in the project has gone through the journey. For me, the land, it starts from the government's, they have done quite a lot of works and then set the scene for our architectures to be erected. What has been done is it first echo with the title reparative that earlier speakers has brought about. What healings has been done is the healing of the land. It begins with the toxic legacies, the old toxic sediments remains in the area. It's been neutralized before all the construction work starts. And as enhancement of the environment, the restoration also go beyond that. The area is in the northern part of Hong Kong, and we now call the Northern Metropolis. And the project is in the center of this Northern Metropolis part. It is in the border of Hong Kong and China, the Shenzhen area. And the area is bounded by the old Shenzhen River. It is a place with history. It is a border between Hong Kong, which was long ago ruled by the British government, and it's a border between the Hong Kong and Shenzhen. And later on, this is the boundary, and upon the 1997, where Hong Kong was handed back to the China government, there was exercise to strengthen the Shenzhen River. And the land between the old Shenzhen River and the strengthened river has become the loop area. We call it the loop area. This is how it looked like before. And the river was strengthened and created a piece of like a delta area where our project begins with. During the almost 10 years ago, the government started to do planning of it. And what is now evolving is really really similar to what has been started at the beginning. Concerns include the keeping the breezeway, the environmental studies, and also to create the readback zone, which is the environmental protected zone at the southern part near the old Shenzhen River, the meander we call it. for supporting the bird and the wildlife in the original area. So how do we build on this damaged land? Is begin with healing the soil. What I have said is the neutralization of the toxic remains. And instead of just cover up and anything we have done, the government also do readbacks and recreate the habitats with complex systems of birds and other living creatures to enable them to remain in this area. So this is how the readback look like. And besides it is the construction work that we as doing the park is doing at the same time. And now it looks like that with the wellness and mindful of the living experience in mind. The government joined hand with our project team, the company that runs the science park, the technology park. We have in mind the Eurasian otter and the black-faced spoonbill, the birds, are in the same neighborhood as well. So in keeping the reedback intact, we do our buildings quite next to it, respect the nature. And it has looked like in the northern metropolis, there are many fish ponds between Hong Kong and Shenzhen area, and it is still remains here. And it's how the park is look like in future, and it's part of the major birds fly path. So the part of the building profile with respect to the birds flight path is in stepping profile. And the buildings here, we also concerned about safety to birds. So the fritted pattern so to enable the birds to avoid colliding into the facade is being considered as well. And on the design, we have built in the biophilia design and sustainable concern. So it's go beyond the repair at the beginning and to create something new in good relationship with nature. Like what I said, in respect to the bird's flight path, we have the stepping profile, and next to the ecology readback zone, the building's height is highly compressed to remain in the low profile in respect of the bird's flight path. And we have also put in place of a lot of planting and seasonal effects. And in the building itself, there are balconies that also open. And I'll show some real photos of where I'm working in this building in particular later. And we have a bioswale next to our laboratory building. And on the left side is really what has been built in real photo. It's look quite really the same as original design concept. And the building has also great part of the planting right next to the readback area, respect the nature. And this is the dormitory that we have provided for those science creative engineers to live in, close to the laboratory building, and all have a very high level of greenery and respect of nature. And in the laboratory building, we have some outdoor balcony and for people to enjoy the surrounding environment and to bring people to observe the nature around. So in terms of technology, Hong Kong now has advocated the design for manufacturing and assembly. So we have most of our buildings in the typical floors. We have high level of proportion in precast floor slab. In our R&D building, also we have a high level of floor plate is being in the prefabrication, and the mechanical and electrical part, also with prefabricated factory produced to reduce on-site construction works. And our dormitory building right next to the reed bags is also using the modular integrated construction technology to construct all the rooms. And who will gain from this hinterland? Our park will be open to public. Now, currently, our chief executive already has opened the park, and we will welcome the public to come and enjoy the area. Of course, majority of the loop area is still in the construction stage, and most of the area is still bare land. But in the future, we hope that it will be an equal space that open to all the citizens and visitors. And for us, reparative architecture, though it's not a day-to-day slogan put in our project, but it's been acted in real life, and we have done it in the real actual project. And we have inevitably a lot of excavation. And in the original, the loop area, quite a lot of sediments were being excavated. And due to the project urgency, we have gone through the Environmental Protection Department of Hong Kong in a stringent examination for putting these back to the marine through the marine disposal. But having said that, we also explore with the government that running all the infrastructure to trial using part of that soil as a means to replant, to use for planting. And we have done some testing, and some of the local species of plant is able to survive in this high salty sediment soil we have excavated. And we are also exploring some means like using these soils to mix with cement, and we are finding means if testing for making the recycling brick. And we have identified some vendors in Hong Kong. They actually are able to reuse the soil as recycling brick. And this come to the end of my sharing. It is how it looks like now in the one of the buildings that I'm working in the balcony that overlooked the reed bag, with the balcony area that remind us while we are doing the building and construction works, is on a piece of land that we also wish to preserve all the habitats in the surrounding. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Stanley, for your presentation. Really inspiring. Yes, I see there's a couple of questions that are popping in the chat box. We welcome more questions as we go. Thank you, Provide, for keep asking the audience too. And without further ado, I would like to give the platform to you to share your presentation.
Thank you so much. So, hi everyone, my name is Provide. I'm currently a lecturer at the Bartlett School of Architecture. I see that we're a little bit behind on time, so I'll try to be quick. Preemptive tools for an equitable future. This is a topic that I decided to speak on. But before that, I would also like to speak a little bit about why I've decided to co-organize this symposium with Jono. It's starting from this image of an older adult in a public space. And after seeing this, I ask myself, is this the future that I want to grow old in? Because to be frank, I might end up by myself, not having any kids, have mobility issues, and that could be me in a wheelchair, right? But this is more the future that I want to live in. You know, the movie Intern, that when I'm old, all of the knowledge and skills that I have, I can still interact with the next generation who won't think that I'm too clumsy. But how can we start to build towards that future is the question that I ask myself. And in my line of work, I'm in digital design and architecture, so I work a lot with information. And so coming back to Hong Kong, I asked myself, how should we design with information so we can preempt less desirable futures? And this is why I started with the concept of preemption, because to design for preemption is to design with information. In other fields, such as economics, preemption describes speculative action based on predictive feedback loops. So it's speculative financing. The system acts before outcome occurs to predict. And today, these kind of preemptive systems govern our market, logistic, even patterns of everyday behavior through data analytics. Google is doing it. Architects, to some extent, we were taught to somehow do it without the awareness. And so what I really wanted to question was that in architecture, the flow of information currently is very linear. You've got data transferring from client to the consultant, the architect, and then to builders, and eventually to user. It rarely returns to the community, forming a feedback loop, or the ecosystem being affected. And so what we have is a very brittle design economy in a closed loop of value extraction rather than redistribution. And so I asked myself, what would it mean to build an architecture of circular information? One in which the data circulate transparently between citizen, environment, and institutions. And under the topic of climate change, we've got projects such as C40 Network. What it does is that cities share environmental data horizontally without escalating to the geopolitical level, so we can collectively model climate responses, social responses, and so on. And similarly, in preemptive urbanism, like what we see in Google Sidewalk Lab, it uses data to preempt energy use and anticipate demand. But where these corporation monetizes prediction, repairative preemption should democratize it, which is why I've trusted myself on the task of informational equity, the right to produce, access, and interpret data as a shared common. In this sense, information is building is a building material. It structure relationship, redistribute agency, preempt inequalities before they become reality. And so a profession have to shift from conquering space to caring about space. And this started my journey to go from architecture as a remedy to architecture as a preemption. I was also trained in formal architectural education, and we were taught that architecture solves problems. It provides shelter, creates space, but really, as we've heard from previous presentation, that we're probably creating more troubles that we don't like to see than fixing them. And so the provocation becomes, what are the ethical, material, and informational infrastructure to help us proceed into repairative architecture? Rather than simply taking it as amending the past, we have to start thinking about preempting the future. And in the strategies of repair, there are two differences in design action. Remedy is retrospective. It solves discrete problem rather than a macroscopic analysis. It restores, ideally, to the original state. Preemption, on the other hand, is anticipatory. It designed against problems that could be realized, so the outcome should be transformative. And the premise is that preemption frame architecture as generative process. There are two types. One is more material technical preemption that we would see in Roundtable 3. And there's another type, which are the social civic preemption that design for unpredictability by building agency, participatory governance, and mutual care. And for the purpose of this roundtable, I'll focus on the social dimension. And I'll introduce you some of the tools that I've begun to experiment with. These tools are simultaneously technical, technological, and social. And from the ongoing action research, I've reflected on and summed up 4 tools. Repair, which is to anticipate collectively, is the first step. Review, to experience inequity directly. Recode is to expose hidden structure of the bias. Reactivate is to empower community-led transformation. And whether or not you are working with digital data, these terms, which we often use within a digital pipeline, can become the social tool that we use. Just a little demonstration, tool 1 repair. is to build common ground, reconcile the expertise gap, reconcile the information disparities. So one of the experiments that I was doing at Digital Common is to build a shared life platform where older citizens, youth, young designers, and established professionals can actually exchange building information to inform dialogue about spatial qualities, preferences, and even inequalities before we start building and designing. So we tailor avatar for them. We build a version of the metaverse system that can be accessed via web, virtual reality. In one of the early version of the model, we tried to incorporate modular integrated construction. So kind of like Minecraft, where you put boxes on top of each other. And we tried to aggregate that into a space environment. In version 2, we try to digitize the entire physical space so people internationally can also experience them across the web and input their comments. But then in version 3, we tried to think about, well, with all of the pain points that we've identified and we collectively design, how can we use tools to target specific questions? So this is all citizen design. They were looking at dementia and age-friendly spaces, and they realized that dead ends are actually prompting anxiety amongst older adults with dementia. And so they designed spaces in a loop without any dead ends, clear color coding, transferring spaces, which means that you can see through, so you can locate exactly where you are. And in these spaces, we also want to promote communities of different generations coming together in their daily lives. And after all of these experiments, what I really asked myself was, bringing this young generation of architects to community, what they are really taking away from them that can help them build a better tomorrow. It can be a better tomorrow for aging population, but better yet, a better tomorrow also for themselves. And that comes to the second tool, which is how to review the inequity. We really start to look at how there are social and medical models of disability in the society. The medical model basically says that if someone has disability, then we try to help them and measure them against the normative agenda of what non-disabled actually mean. Whereas the social model of disability would basically say, well, it is the societal barrier that causes the disability to happen. And so we should break the societal barrier. And what we did was that we put young students in the chair of people with disability, and then we take them across the city. This is one of the oldest part of Hong Kong in Mongkok, and of the entire street, they were kilometers long. We couldn't find one shop that we could enter because all of them has a barrier at the step. Well, that was not fair because that's old Hong Kong, right? So we went to the tourist areas, which is supposed to be, friendly for everyone. And still we couldn't enter because there's still a step in front. And we found a path that we could enter, but we have to enter alongside the cars, which is not a safe path. And so the younger generation, they identify more and more problems that they didn't realize in real life, like how these limited space actually cause conflict between individuals, how crowded spaces actually make you feel more anxiety when you're in a wheelchair, how you couldn't even find an entrance that you can go up because everything is escalator, right? And so this land scarcity actually manifests itself, amplify the inequity situation that we have. And then they started identifying inspiration, how they want to build the city for everyone to enjoy. Before we jumping into generative AI, started ideating what are those future. And they've come up with some interesting ideas. For instance, they think that even if you're older, you deserve to be loved. And so they wanted to build public space where older people can find love, no matter what age. They wanted to very ambitiously build shopping malls where you don't have stairs and you have ramp, layers and layers of ramps. So older adults, wheelchair user cannot access it equally. And so this is the final image that we ended on. Is AI generated, but at the same time, because of the process of mapping the city, there is a meaning embody in this picture, because this is the future that this younger generation want to age in. It's not just a street with some shops, but shops where you can sit in front, that shop owners would allow you to lingle. It's places where you can sit there and talk to other people and meet new people, even if you're older. So that brought me to the third tool, which is Recode, but I'm just gonna go through quickly. It's a project that I was working with Bartlett alumni to use forensic data tools to map out inequalities between colonial and decolonial contexts. And just the outcome, we realized that there are inequity in that is intersectional, that is both post-colonial and gender. Places that are sterile, pertaining to Eurocentric understanding of what good urban development is within the New Town movement, that it was sometimes creating the safe, clean environment that at the same time overlook low female presence, negative local sentiment, promoting more crimes and response. And so what these tools basically tell us to uncover who previously controlled access to light, air, public ownership, and how density was used as a tool to regulate those ownership and build around those with privilege. And by decoding these inherited asymmetries, this is one of the drawings that one of our team members did, Trishla. So this is the future that she would want to live in, streets with eyes on it, so that you can walk freely, interact with people, not having to fear for it. And so in the end, consolidating all of the 2.1 to 2.3, I wanted to propose 2.4, which is the next step of reactivating. Is how do we empower community-led transformation through that knowledge sharing? And so we're actually launching the Citizen Scientist Program 2026 in March, where we actually want to build an ecology where professionals get free upskilling of technology, and then they go back into community through mentorship program to empower the younger generation. So we term this upskilling and give back. And in this ecology, what we hope to have is an information common, a skills common, a data common, and eventually a digital common, where the digital infrastructure serve to minimize inequity in an accelerated digital future. These are some of the skills that we would be sharing during the program. So if anyone's interested, welcome to scan a QR code and get in touch with me. Generative modularity, AI-driven optimization, additive manufacturing, and participatory construction. So we can empower them to actually manipulate their own livable space. Data has validated if you bring different stakeholders together, then team performance would stabilize. At the same time, social participation rises 40%. It will also benefit the innovation of the outcome. But most importantly, throughout the process, we've got youth with special education needs coming to us, reflecting that they now understand communication is not just about what you say, but how you say it, how you put things into terms, and sometimes think in other people's shoes or sit in their chair and deciding for them. And that's something that I did not anticipate when I started the program. And I really hope to be able to bring that impact to the larger public. So a little bit of takeaway. By 2050, when 1/3 of Hong Kong would retire, including myself, how do we sustain ourselves socially and financially? And equity in education is about understanding who is exposed to inequity. For instance, in climate equity, is about who is more vulnerable to risk, heat, air pollution, flooding, and who get access to protection. It's not so different from how we think about space. Who are we designing for? How do we ensure that everyone has equal access? For instance, in schools, private schools has 10 times more greenery, so they would have lower temperature. Public schools, on the other hand, children might be prohibited from playing and exercising outside because of its temperature difference. And so as trained as architects, how do we design for vulnerable communities? How do we, through design, help them to have a more equal life? And so to sum up, to embed preemption structurally, we have to confront the information economy, the economy that has embedded inequality in contemporary urbanism. Preemption in economics describes speculative action based on predictive modeling, and in architecture, it will be the same. We have to anticipate outcome through data feedback loops. while this system operate efficiently in finance, we are now trapped in a linear flow of information from client design to user. And so today we must think about how we can create that feedback loop into its own system. And this is the end of it. And hopefully we'll get some debate in the roundtable.
Thank you, Provides, for your presentation. Really, really exciting. I can see from the audience as well, there's a huge excitement. We have reached the end of round one, session one, and we would like to open up the round table. And I know we're running a bit late on time. Provide, can you maybe just give us an idea how much time we have for the roundtable discussion?
Yeah, I think 10, 15 minutes would be great.
10, 15 minutes. So maybe to save time, I can read a couple of questions from the audience, and I'll probably start with the first question. The question is from Carol Chizomba. The question is, how can we, especially young architects entering the industry, contribute and have strong voices, especially when proposing bold ideas aimed towards breaking the boundaries and bridging in reparative solutions? A lot of times, the existing systems limit certain levels of creativity and lead us to conform to the norm, which is normally something which is usually more tech relevant rather than something more in line with our indigenous ingenuity, which in some can be called rural. How can we strike that balance between identity, culture, and local ingenuity with urban and contemporary demands, which can support loved experiences sustainably? I think it's quite a loaded question, but there are sub themes within that, and I think the platform is to you guys. Who wants to go first?
I'll be happy to jump in.
Yes, Pranav.
So for the first question, I think, this idea of repair, so Gautam Bhan from the Indian Institute for Human Settlements, one of his provocations is that there's not a single course or program of repair in any architecture school that he knows about. It's not something you learn. I'm sure those of us that study architecture, as Taboko just nodded now, we never actually studied what repair is as part of our coursework, let alone professional acknowledgement. So I think that's a big part of it. Architecture as a profession still prioritizes delivery, novelty, and technical optimization, while repair is much slower, much more relational, it's harder to measure, it's harder to quantify, it's harder to charge for. And what's more expensive, the clients don't want to pay, so you don't want to make them pay. In terms of the second question, I think for younger architects, influence starts with positioning, not permission. Innovation isn't only high-tech or imported. Indigenous ingenuity, or so-called rural knowledge, and everyday practices of care are already there. Our challenge is translating them into contemporary urban context without erasing identity or being unethical. And then my response to the last question would just be, I think, this person's completely, Joan Ferrer is pretty right. Nature-based solutions do help with this. Indigenous flora, fauna, water, and soil treated as infrastructure and co-creators, not just aesthetics. Then cities can start to make reparative relationships, not just buildings. Repair architecture is about reauthoring for who the city is, including the more than humans. I completely agree.
I think Dr. Bennett got disturbed by a phone call there. Sorry about that. I think
Stanley, do you want to jump in?
Yes.
I'm thinking about I was catched by the question on how does the young architects, young professional, can have their voice be heard by the society, and not just by all the boundaries and all the systems that the well-developed society be bounded. Well, I have been practicing for decades, and in meeting with clients, and now I'm acting as client myself in the system, is tough because we have the economics and social and expectation on all the stakeholders that even beyond we as client ourselves. We have to meet the governments and even have political pressures on what we are going to be delivered. But in return, I think the young professionals, they may, through other voices, I'm thinking like the environmental press group, and also some unions, on even the youth association in all the different parts of the world. I think there are such union or institutes that may bring the voices of young professionals to be heard by the government or even by the society. Within our profession, we have lots of controlling limitations, but I think we may get our voices be heard through other means. And in Hong Kong, I'm part of our Hong Kong Institute of Architects. We have the Young Architects a group where they have the means to express their voices, and also we will also find means to get the young members expressed it through our media as a response to this part of the question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Provides, you can go on.
Yeah, I'd like to just catch the last sentence of Stanley. So I'm not that old, but I'm not that young. And just my own experience. The path, there are many paths you can do it. There are people who enter institutions and organizations hoping to make a change. There are people who try to establish their own firm. So, at least in their own project, they can control the outcome. And in my own path, I reside in research and education, but at the same time, I've started my own startup, which I frame it as a technology startup to make it more attractive. But really, at the heart of it is about how technology can bring better equity to the city, right? And what I found was that we have to acknowledge there is a generational gap between how people that were trained 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and how people that are trained maybe today, which could see a bit more possibility of what could be done. And so my approach, instead of blaming the previous generation of not being able to see the importance of environmental, social, and other causes, it's more like what we do to educate ourselves today. So then one day when we are in that decision-making chair, we know exactly what we wanted to do and the steps that we can actually do it. For instance, if you're not in a lot of financial pressure, you can even start your own project with your friends, going into community, talking to them, trying to design for them. So you train yourself that in the future, when you really have a project that you can design for locals, and you know exactly what they need, and you know the steps to doing to that goal. And most importantly, your prototyping project can prove to other people that your thoughts is implementable, is feasible, and you can even help clients to fulfill their ESG portfolio or whatever they need by acquiring your community and climatic services. So I think there are many paths that we can try, and we should not give up on it because there is something that still can be done.
Thank you, Provide. Not to waste time, I would like to read the comment by Juan Ferreira. It says, reparative practice is not only an socio-technical practice, but it deeply integrates the socio-ecological technical nexus. What role does urban nature-based solutions play in urban planning and design? How can we incorporate indigenous fauna and flora as co-creators of future urban spaces and be regarded as green, blue infrastructure? Do we consider the more than human as co-creators, benefactors within the future urban fabrics? I think there's about 4 questions loaded within that one question. So if any of the speakers would like to take on that one.
Nature-based solution. We've got Dr. Felix Lohan here. I mean, even though he's not in this roundtable, maybe you would also like to show us some insight because you're the expert in that field.
Sorry, so what's the question again?
Yeah, it's a quite loaded question. It says, what role does urban nature-based solutions play in the urban planning and design? And how can we incorporate indigenous fauna and flora as co-creators of future urban spaces and be regarded as green, blue infrastructure? And do we consider the modern human as co-creators and benefactors within the future urban fabric?
Oh, okay. So this is a long question.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, nature-based solution is using nature to solve problems that instead of using engineering solutions and instead of using concrete or like hardware, we use nature to solve the problem instead. So for example, in Hong Kong, there's potential to use to plant mangroves and oyster reefs, those soft shores in the shoreline to help reduce and mitigate the impact of climate change, such as storm surge or sea level rise. So this is an example of nature-based solutions. Yeah, so whenever we design yeah design a new area or a new building, we should first assess the climate risk. For example, if you build a hotel next to the waterfront, of course you can get a very nice sea view, but what if there's a strong waves, which actually happened in Hong Kong last year? There's a typhoon that breaks the hotel lobby and it floods many of the rooms. So yeah, so we need to first find out the risk and see if it is necessary to build or develop in that area. Yeah, if you have no choice, you could only build that. Could you make it more nature-based solutions friendly? Like how could you make a buffer between the sea and the land? Yeah, so these are some of the things that we have to consider during the planning stage. Yeah, and I think it should be a requirement in all new development project to consider nature-based solutions. Yeah, and nature-based solutions could also help reduce carbon emissions and even can be carbon negative to have carbon sink, and it is helping to reduce climate change as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe I'll just. We probably won't have time for another question, but I just want to quickly jump the last sentence of Felix. For instance, he actually introduced me to the idea of gei wai, which is a traditional method in southern Chinese area to use fish farming ponds as a regulatory gate between river, ocean, and lower rise area. And what we found was that this is a hint as how culture and nature can synthesize, because you learn from vernacular culture wisdom and you design nature-based solution according to the vernacular wisdom. So I think this actually ties it together of how working with people, community, learning from how they do things could be an insight to that. Sorry, back to you, Tobago.
Yeah, thank you, Provides, for that feedback. Actually, I'll attach to that also the other thing we need to unlearn is the concept of indigenous or vernacular knowledge systems as being sort of not accepted in society, in the planning of our cities, and actually they become practices that we fall back to actually to bring them into society as norms and what do you call reject or sort of like and protest against top down approaches as Dr. Burnett talked about, these Western first world principles of urban planning, of making of our cities, to start thinking of who are we and what sort of local and deeply rooted principles do we have within our society, especially learning from the old, as you mentioned, provide, and bringing those knowledge systems into the making and planning of our cities. And then we can then have equitable and reparative systems for our cities. So we also need to start talking about how do we protest as well against current development trends, on also protesting against developers as well as practitioners of the urban environment or rural environment, that the architecture that we see should be the one that reflects our values and in society, and the one that reflects the world that we want to see to mitigate all the issues that we have right now, including global warming, as it's mentioned from our first speaker. So we have a responsibility as the built environment practitioners, and all of us, including economics and all spheres of humanity. So I would like to close the session on that note. Um, the act of repair also is being the act of re-engaging and unlearning some of the things that we have learned and fostering new practices. And I will hand over to Provides for the next session.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the guests in Roundtable 1. We will proceed to Roundtable 2 right now, which is the living system and the polis of repair. So it is a true honor to be joined by our guests coming from perspective of governing, advocacy, architecture, and science. Each speaker will begin with a 10-minute provocation, and then we enter the roundtable. Let me introduce our first speaker. We're very honored today. Oh, sorry. Let me introduce our first speaker, actually, Dr. Felix Learn, as an active environmental scientist and sustainability leader with over a decade of experience in climate change, ecology, and nature-based solutions. Holding a PhD from the University of Exeter and a master and bachelor from Imperial College London, he currently serves at CUHK, managing the Jockey Club Museum of Climate Change, where he coordinates climate education program and develop interactive exhibition to raise climate change awareness for Hong Kong. He's also an ecologist, a certified arborist, and an active policy advisor with a strong academic background from Imperial College London and project management expertise during his role as the Climate Change Fellow at the Nature Conservancy. Dr. Learn is dedicated to advancing environmental science and sustainable development. Dr. Learn, I'll leave the stage to you.
Right. Yeah, thank you for your introductions. And let me try to share screen. Yeah, so give me a second. So can you all see the screen here?
It's loading, so it might take, oh, yes, we can.
Yeah, so today I will talk about natural harmony. So this is, yeah, because I don't know like what the audience is. So I try to speak a topic that is more philosophical, which I hope everyone would understand. So so just in introductions, yeah, so thanks Provides for introducing me. And we met actually during a nature-based solution conference a few years ago, which I organized it. And yeah, and so today I will talk about why we need to design a better city or living system that co-living with the nature, because we human are part of nature. So so this is a common language of nature. For example, these plants, aloe vera, these peacocks, and also these snowflakes. So they are all examples of nature that shows common language, such as fractals. This is how it develops and evolves. And yeah, also for example, the colors, when we see the color red, it usually means danger or stops. So this is found in nature as well, and we humans utilize it. Yeah. Yeah, and why we are part of nature? This is actually from long time ago. Human already have the concept of mother nature. Um, we won't call it father nature, but it's mother because it gives birth to us, and we rely on the nature to survive. And this is actually a statue of Gaia, which is a goddess of nature. But since industrializations, we turn nature into like a machines. We thinking that nature is just mechanisms that is like a clockwork. So a famous philosopher in 1650. So he's saying that animals' screams are merely like a squeaking of clockwork. So this implied a perspective that the distinction between animals and humans, they think that human is more superior. And also imperialism also grab a lot of the land and colonialisms. A lot of the natural resources are found just for development is nothing to be appreciated of. To grab more lands, it means you will become richer. Yeah, and this is this is not the way we should live with nature. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of the coal burning, excessive power generations cause air pollutions and wastewater. It disrupt the ecosystems. And we also have the green revolutions. Chemical fertilizer and pesticides is destroying a lot of the natural ecosystems. We are losing a lot of pollinators. Now our food security is actually become less secure. It's very insecure that a single disease could actually ruin the whole crop. Yeah, and we human has produced a lot of livestock, and if you read these statistics, where is it data that shows that in 2015, actually more than 63% of all mammal biomass are livestock. Yeah, and a lot of the wild mammals have become extinct. Yeah, because we destroy the habitats to raise more cows or sheep. Yeah, so geographers said this is the Anthropocene. Yeah, it is human that is actually changing the way the nature is. Yeah. So I mentioned about Gaia. So Gaia is a very simple idea that the Earth works as a single complex self-regulating system. So the Earth is a living organism, and we are part of it. Yeah. And you can look at the food web. So each species are interrelated. If you lose one of them, it will affect the other species. Yeah, it is like playing a jigsaw. Um, so this is a puzzle. So if we lose one piece, it might not fall down, but if more of the pieces has been taken away, it will fall down eventually. And this is what an ecosystem collapse will be look like. Yeah, so I research on climate change, and the impact of climate is actually more severe than we realize. Yeah, so if you look at this stripe, so this is a color, each year has a color blue or red. So red means it is warmer. And in the recent 10 or 20 years, the global average land surface climate, the weather temperature is actually getting warmer and warmer. Yeah. And also scientists have shown that 13% of all the known species will be extinct, and two-thirds of the population will be affected by climate change. Yeah, and 90% of the heat from the greenhouse gas is actually absorbed by the sea. So actually, a lot of the heat radiations is not yet expressed, and it will be delayed. So we expect that the weather will become the climate will become warmer. Yeah. Yeah. So Arctic sea ice is melting, and polar bears they rely on the sea ice to hunt for the food, the seals. But because the ice are melting, they do not have the habitat for hunting. Yeah, and a lot of them go into the village or the human settlements to find food. Yeah, and plastic pollutions is actually very serious in developing countries. They do not have the facilities to recycle plastics or dispose of waste. And also developments such as skyscrapers is actually very harmful for birds, especially if the facade is made of glass or mirror-like reflective materials. So this is a research done by the Bird Watching Society, and it shows that a lot of the bird window collisions happens in Hong Kong. Yeah. Yeah, but a lot of the climate change is driven by burning of fossil fuels, and the big companies are to blame. Yeah. For example, a lot of the energy and the fuel that we use controlled by several big companies, but they at the same time, a lot of people do not have enough energy. So in UK, the fuel price is actually very expensive, and people do not turn on the heater in the winter because it would be unaffordable. Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, the oil companies also did a lot of destructions, oil spills, and it hurts the environment. But this is affecting especially developing countries. They do not have the technology to clean up. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you all remember the Typhoon Mangkhut in 2018. This is a place called Hang Fa Chun in Hong Kong, which is a middle-class residential area, and it was severely flooded by the storm surge. And if you look at the photos, you can see a lot of the plastic waste actually wash up to the shore, and people with a sea view actually suffer the most. And if you look at an old map, this is in 1925, you see that this place Hang Fa Chun is actually called Sandy Bay. It was the shore is actually not existing. It's actually a bay area, and the developer reclaimed it to build this estate. Yeah, and in Hong Kong, there's a lot of area has been reclaimed. Yeah, so this is a view from the Victoria Peak in 1900s, and you can see a lot of the high rise and the sea area has been reclaimed. Yeah, so this is why, as I mentioned, a lot of the coastal area has been in high risk. Yeah, because of the mangroves and the shoreline has been destroyed. When we reclaim the sea, it is actually turning the buffer, which is the mudflats and the mangroves. The buffer has been disappeared, so the waves will become stronger, and it will directly impact the inland settlement. Yeah. So I want to promote this concept of rewilding. So this is actually quite common in Europe. So this is a image in Amsterdam, Netherlands. So they turned a 4-lane highway back to a river. Yeah, to giving nature back. And yeah, this is called a degrowth. Some of the concept that I learned when I make this PowerPoint. So this is in Germany, in Hamburg, and also this is a very famous example in South Korea. Yeah, they turn this highway area in back to the river, and it actually boosts tourism and increase the profit of the shops nearby because more people are visiting this place. Yeah. So what about Hong Kong? Could we do something similar? So people from Hong Kong who might be old enough might know this place. So this is actually in Causeway Bay. This is called a Canal Road because it was built on a canal called the Borington Canal. So it used to be a river. Yeah, but now it turns into a highway area. Yeah, so just like imagine if we could turn this road back to a river that to connect the nature connect the river is called the Wang Nai Chung from the mountains back to the sea. That would be awesome. Yeah. Nowadays in Hong Kong, a lot of the shops become vacant because of the poor economy. But if we could create this leisure river walk, then this will be a great improvement to the economy, I believe. Yeah. So but of course it is a very difficult task. Yeah. We need to collaborate with different stakeholders. Yeah. But we have to remember that we are on the same boat. Yeah, we need to have an objective that we all agree. Yeah. So yeah, at the end, I want to show this video. Not sure if it works. So this is a gorilla called Coco. Yeah, so this is the first, well, it's the only animals that can do sign language.
I am gorilla. I am flowers, animals. I am nature. Man. Coco love. Earth. Coco love. But man. Stupid. Stupid. Coco sorry. Coco cry. Time. Hurry. Fix Earth. Help Earth. Hurry. Protect Earth. Nature. Nature see you. Thank you.
So yeah, this is the end of my presentation, and thank you for listening.
I am
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's the end.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Felix. It's amazing. I learn something new every time you open your mouth, and you think more like an architect than an architect. So very happy to see you. Next, I'd like to invite Professor K.S. Wang. It's okay. Okay, so we're very honored to be joined by Professor K.S. Wang. He was the Secretary for the Environment of Hong Kong SAR government from 2012 to 2022. During his 10-year tenure as the Environment Minister, KS initiated various sustainability policy blueprints, leading Hong Kong towards carbon neutrality before 2050. In 2024, KS published the book Hong Kong Stories in a Journey Towards Carbon Neutrality and has developed expertise on sustainable architecture since the early 1990s and is currently adjunct professor in CUHK and Hong Kong U. As the chairman of Wu Ziqiao Bridge to China Charitable Foundation, he leads rural revitalization showcases in Hong Kong and mainland China, integrating youth development and low carbon transformation. This really is not simply a tagline, because for every green initiative that I invite KS to join, he never say no, and he always make time to support the younger generation. So please join me in welcoming Professor KS Wang. You're muted. You are still muted.
Okay. Can you hear?
Yeah. Yes, perfect.
Okay. Thank you, Pawais. Would you mind to help me to upload my presentation
Of
document?
course.
Okay. And
Yes,
hi,
I would.
Felix.
Sure.
See you.
Yep.
Hi.
Okay. Today I prepared a simple PowerPoint to share my response to the topic. And as introduced by Pawais, my background is an architect. I'm now teaching at different universities as adjunct or honorary professor. I was the former environment minister of Hong Kong SAR government, and now chairing a charitable foundation called Wu Qiqiao, is working in the countryside with people, young people in particular from mainland Chinese and also Hong Kong, and to integrate climate actions, including decarbonization. Next one, please. Today's topic given to me is called reparative architectures. So before I consider what I should talk, I consulted Pawais. Why use the term reparative rather than reparative, right? So I think in her early presentation, she shared some of her thinking. Next one, please. And in my communication with her, he provided me an answer. Okay, she opined that reparative is an established discourse to amend historical, social, and political inequity. But she and together with the organizers hope to define repair as an active work, positioning architecture as an ongoing process of technical, ecological action, avoiding conflation with political reparations. So i.e. not as a passive means to amend the past, but active means to preempt future. Thank you, Pawais, clarifying the concept. Okay, next one. So for this panel, the overall topic is about living systems and the policy of repair. So when I considered the section today, I am thinking, how are we defining living systems and how are we defining the policy of repair? So I give a simple answer as a kind of common background for us to talk about it. So the living system supporting us today, including ABC and certainly other aspects. A stands for atmosphere. So we are affected by the climate change due to the global warming. Biosphere, I think Felix talked about the collapse of the biological diversity globally, and cryosphere is about the cold region, the icy region. So actually, these three living systems are in crisis in these days due to our over emissions of greenhouse gases. So we are damaging the atmosphere, and also due to our overconsumption, affecting the biosphere. Certainly climate change is also affecting the biosphere. And due to global warming, the cryosphere is in crisis as well. So what I'm thinking is that if we are going to repair through our urbanization or through our architectures, these ABCs are areas that are the ultimate living systems that we should care and try to fix and repair. So that's my proposal. Next slide. So how about the policy of repair in the context of architecture in cities? So here I propose A, B, C, D, E, okay, that are aspects that probably we should consider. Adaptability. When I was young, or much younger, that we thought that the climate and the context are quite stable. So we can design a building or architecture that would probably last for, say, 50 years or even a century. But looking forward, the changes are really fast and drastic, including the climate, extreme weathers, including our technologies, and even our lifestyles. So, compared with the past architecture, if we are going to really PM our building to be obsolete easily, then we have to make sure that our buildings to be adaptable to various changes. Second, B is biological diversity. Probably some of the aspects may have been covered by Felix. We would like to our building not to damage the ecosphere or ecosystem, but to really to repair it and to even enhance it. A nature-based solution is mentioned in the recent years as a means to enrich our city, to promote biodiversity, at the same time to serve our socio-economic needs in the process of urbanization. Third is caring about the equity. Okay, even in cities or in the countryside, there are less affluent peoples that we have to care about. Fourth, decarbonization. I think in this section, we talk about how the extreme weather due to global climate change are affecting us. So, since the day with the Paris Agreement, we are setting goals that are quite different from the past. That is the first time that I feel is that now we have a much clearer goal with a very clearer timeline. For instance, Hong Kong is going to become carbon neutral before 2050. So we only have some 20 years left. And the common goal for Hong Kong is to make the entire city carbon neutral. Certainly not only about Hong Kong, but also say China. China has the 30-60 goal. That is meaning that they reach the carbon neutrality peaking before 2030. There will be only 3-4 years left. And then before 2060, become carbon neutral for a big country like China. And last but not least, when we talk about repair, certainly, say for cities like Hong Kong, the existing building stock is actually the majority. So we have to deal with it. So we have to care about how to handle the existing building stocks in the future. We have to maintain it or change it, upgrade them so that it would be used longer to reduce our carbon footprint and wastes, etc. So ABCDE are not exhaustive, but those are the ideas that probably I suggest that we should consider in the context of policy of repair. Next slide, please. So I would like to share some of my previous projects or ongoing projects in relation to these 5 aspects. For instance, for talking about adaptability, that we like our building to be, say, a long life and can age happily, decently, and gracefully. Here shows a project that I did and completed in 2012. That means 14 years ago. That's called a CIC Zero Carbon Building, the first of its kind in Hong Kong. That means it can generate more energy than its consumption. But more than that, we like it to be adaptive. And it has been in operation for about, say, 13, 14 years. That is an open design. Initially, the space that we are seeing is for office, but now it's for exhibition. It's quite interesting that we can have a design with space that can be adaptive to changing uses. Second is about the building repairability. So the building is being upkeep, maintained in reasonable state. Certainly some of the parts, say with those external timber, have to be repaired and replaced, say after a decade. But we have considered how the building can be easily repaired over its lifespan. If you look at the 4 of this building, actually you can see that there are the space conditioning outlet on the floor instead of having them in the ceiling. It's a design that can optimize the energy efficiency. At the same time, it can help us to inspect and repair the AC systems in the building. So there are different structural, architectural, and even the building services elements that we can consider how to optimize its repairability over its lifespan. First, about changeability in use. I indicated earlier that the building has been changing its functions in the past more than 10 years. That was a part of the design intention at day one. Fourth is about at the end of any building, that how to handle it. Instead of demolition, probably would like to have deconstruction. That means the elements could be reclaimed for reuse, but that it could be quite challenging in Hong Kong's high-rise, high-density context. And last but not least, that has to deal with the extreme weather. Due to the current situation, the extreme weather globally, including Hong Kong, will be becoming more extreme in the coming days. How we can deal with it? So in this project, we are trying to be more adaptive to deal with the extreme weather. For instance, you can see that we have the space cooling, we also have the electric fan, and also have openable window at both sides of the building. So in, say, wintertime like today in Hong Kong, we can use electric ventilation that could keep people comfortable and really to decarbonize. In a slightly warmer day, that we can use the high efficiency electric fan at the ceiling to cool the space. And only in extreme cases, the building would use space cooling. So it's kind of design that we are dealing with the different conditions, different uses, and extreme weather. Next. And design for biodiversity. So we are seeing the Silkan building's external outlook with its solar panel, extensive solar panel on rooftop, and also the extensive greenery in the surrounding. For designing for biodiversity, here I propose B, C, D, E, and N. Okay, B means bigger and larger green space. You can see that we are having a large part, and also part of the roof are with the greening, and not clearly here, we are also greening all the facade of this building, okay? But it's not only about the area, but also about connectivity. So based on the scientists, that in order to promote biodiversity, those green patches or patches of greenery should be located or connected so that the birds, the insects can travel along these green patches and then to the countryside. Then in this way, we can promote biodiversity more effectively. And then the third is about design with the native species. So this is actually the first urban feng shui forest in Hong Kong. So when we select all these trees, you can see at the forefront of this picture, those are really, most of them are native species that are loved and provide food for the local creatures. At the same time, they create a local ecosystem that's suitable to Hong Kong's climate and biodiversity. And overall, we'd like to create an ecosystem with integrity. And last but not least, as mentioned by Felix earlier, that in these days, we talk about the NBS, the nature-based solutions. But this project, when we designed it in year 2010, is one of the early schemes that we are trying to use the nature-based solutions, even though we did not use this term at that time. So for this side, we'd like to cool the urban space in Hong Kong that could be very hot due to global warming and also the urban heat island effect. So we use scientific means to locate all these trees and also the shades so that this area could be much cooler than the surrounding urban areas through the NBS, including the urban heat island effect. Next, please. And then caring about equity. So, we may consider, as mentioned by Pawais in the earlier roundtable, we may care about the grassroots peoples in subdivided flats and others. But here I propose another perspective that are normally neglected in many discussion is about those people living in the countryside, in particular those remote countryside. So in Hong Kong, even or in mainland China, some of those remote villages are being with less population, or even only living the aged population with some young kids, and some even deserted. Like this one, called Yongshui Ao, is in the northeastern part of Hong Kong. It has been deserted for decades, and now the villagers would like to come back. So our NGO are trying to work with them to revitalize the village. Okay, so those are disadvantaged groups. So we'd like to care. Certainly, as mentioned by Provise, we have to also consider other grassroots people, and also provide equitable communities, and also and other aspects about intergenerational equity. Okay, say today we are actually have an excessive carbon footprint that is not fair to the next generations. So how we should consider this? And then another thing is about the gender equity. So those are more social aspects. But I think, say, in this project, we'd like to try to at least to tackle some of those equity problems in the countryside context. Next. And the fourth is about decarbonization towards carbon neutrality. The earlier project, CIC Silkan Building, is one of the demonstration project in the urban context. And this one, the village house revitalization, is another example that we are trying to make it carbon neutral again, but probably the first one in Hong Kong's countryside context. We'd like to have an overall life cycle decarbonization assessment. At the same time, we'd like to make its operation to be energy efficient, use passive means as far as possible. And also, as mentioned earlier, a full life cycle perspective. That means the material used to retrofit this building have to be low carbon. Okay, that means local people, local materials, and also actually on this side there are all building materials in that building and also in the adjacent building that we can reuse them as far as possible. And for this project, we try to use bamboo as kind of the mezzanine flooring, and also for the roof structure. That would be the first time in Hong Kong we use the bamboo laminate in the countryside context to help to reduce its embodied carbon content. And then certainly we'd like to generate renewable energy on this side, to make it carbon neutral. So its rooftop would be installed with different types of the solar panels. Last but not least, we would like the occupants in this building to be healthy and enjoy a good environmental quality. So we have certain scientific design process to ensure that it captures the best high science, but no application in the countryside context. Next one. And we hope this project to be completed in the first half of this year. And lastly, I talk about the existing building stocks. You can see that here's the picture. So our famous Lion Rock mountain, and under the Lion Rock Mountains, then we are having high density, high rise buildings, no matter it's commercial or the apartments, but they have been here for decades and would be probably kept in the coming decades. So how to extend the building lifespan, how to finance green retrofitting, and also upgrading the building performance in terms of energy, etc., are really challenges. For mature cities like Hong Kong, or even in other cities like London, New York, we are facing similar problems, and those should not be forgotten when we talk about the reparative architectures. And last slide. So to conclude, okay, as mentioned earlier, when we talk about reparative architecture, we'd like to fix some problem. And as indicated earlier, when we talk about living systems from the atmosphere, the biosphere, and the cryospheres, those are the living systems supporting our humankind's sustainability. So whatever we are talking about, probably we have to ultimately to change or make our built environment better to address the issue in relation to those living systems ABC. And briefly, I talk about adaptability, biodiversity, caring about equity, decarbonization, and even including existing building stocks consideration if we like our built environment to be really future-proof. It's challenging. I mean, we are having those concepts, but from today's practice and to migrate to really future-proof reparative architectures are challenging. So I think today's roundtable is inspiring, enlightening to me, and trigger me to consider this relatively new topic from my own perspective. I hope I share something and would like to have further exchange with other panelists in the coming time. Thank you, Provice.
Thank you so much, KS. Yes, there was a question earlier that asked how can young architects start engaging in the discourse, and I think your ABCD, it's a really good category for us to actually start looking into this problem. So thank you. Next, we will go to Dr. Joanne for an international voice before inviting Dr. Sanlai to actually close the roundtable for us. So Dr. Joanne, may I please invite you to the stage?
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen.
Sorry, I have to introduce you. Dr. Joanne Pierce is a researcher at the Origin Center at the University of the Witwatersrand and a SEEK grant awardee in the Engaged Scholarship Against Climate Change project at Vrije University, Amsterdam. She holds a PhD in environmental humanities and education research from the University of Oulu, where her thesis on relationality through bodies, water, time, memory, and spirituality won the 2024 Best PhD Award and the 2025 Finnish Education Research Association PhD competition. So welcome, Dr. Joanne.
Thank you. I hope that you can share you can see my screen.
Yes.
Can you see that? Okay. I'm actually swapping round tables. So talk about adaptions and movement. I am actually supposed to be in the next round table, but I'm joining this one. So thank you for that adjustment. So my research works with haunted waters, where colonial violence is not washed out to sea, but sedimented in rivers, oceans, and our bodies. I'm a child of Camisa, meaning place of sweet waters for all, otherwise known as Cape Town in South Africa. The Camisa River still flows beneath the city of Cape Town, carrying the afterlives of the VOC and apartheid. My relationship with water is not romantic. My body carries the fears of swimming, and memory moves by soaking, staining, and seeping through my skin. Mending entered my research when I needed a way to think about repair that did not erase the damage that our bodies still carry. So I'm Dr. Joanne Pierce. I am my mother's child and my grandmother's dream. I think about my grandparents now as I respond to the great African sea forest, which they once feared from a distance. Camisa is haunted. Ongoing settler colonial violences, the ghosts of apartheid, racism and slavery, and other forms of oppression is still threaded through space and time. The past is not left behind, but threaded through the present as we even imagine the future. These ghosts who dwell with Camisa are not only human, they are more than human. They are with us through the relations with time and place, and they could be chains, plants, kelp, edges, almond trees, shipwrecks, graves, coastal dunes, seagulls, and landfill. So I escape from the location of straight lines or fixed borders. I'm not an architect. I'm a part of space and I'm a part of place. And as I return to the memories and events, my brown skin follows. And at times my skin is achy, and at other times it is wrinkly. On many occasions it feels tender, and it reminds me of how present I am with the haunted waters that my lineage has got deep relations with. I'm brown like the sedimented underbelly of the Camisa River that still flows through Camisa Africans. For many of us who were brought to this place via the ships and via the oceans. The Camisa River has been forced underground and still continues to run if we are brave enough to listen beyond our ears and use our skins as we lie on the center of the city. So I'll share one of the stories from the archive of my journey through childhood. A legally racially classified whites-only school opened its doors to people of color in South Africa. It was the year before the first democratic elections. It is the borderland between apartheid and freedom. I sing, I blend in, I turn away from my voice. I speak so that I belong. How many of us continue to do so? The school song plays looping through time. The song we were forced to sing. Wispy blonde ponytails swaying in the school hall. In the assembly, ordered in lines, bodies merge in the school hall. Voices fill the spaces in between the wooden floors, high ceilings, dark blue blazers we're wearing in the architecture of the colonial architect. Our hands and our lips continue to sing these songs as they echo, as if they are mine. On the slopes of Table Mountain, neath the shade of Devil's Peak, in the Old Cape Governor's Garden by the Liesbeek's winding creek, in the field of Adam lilies and the hedge of azure blue, with the golden sunshine round us, we learn twice one is two. This hedge of azure blue, which dripped from our mouths at school, is the boundary hedge which separated indigenous peoples from the river. Remnants of the trees planted by Jan van Riebeeck as part of the VOC, the Dutch East India Company, in 1652 to delineate space for refreshment station for the passing ships still remains today. The hedge, the hands and the ships created borderlands and erased the grazing routes, the multi-species movements, and continued communal ways of living with the more than human and human. This defensive barrier along the eastern boundary of the settlement was designed so that people were prevented from bringing their livestock to the river. The Liesbeek River was a barrier, water becoming a fence, becoming part of the architecture of colonial violence. This hedge still grows and tells the story of segregation and divide. As I walk with it, it speaks of the constraining and wanderings of bodies with water and land. This is the fruit of erasure of sweet waters for all. Two lines of the song, the school song, which I sang for 5 years and was still sung until 2021 at the school, haunt my body even now. Hurrah for the past and present. Hurrah for our famous school. And this sign is in our National Botanical Garden in Cape Town, and it still remains today as a symbol of the hedge, as a celebrated part of our city. The materialization of these borders, forced separation as part of the violent history that continues to wash up into the present and breathes into time and memory and space. This hedge of azure blue, which dripped from our mouths at school, is the boundary hedge, a line of wild almond trees, which were used to separate people from the river. The remnants of these trees still remain today, and the access to water, whether salty ocean water or fresh water running from the mountain, still remains inaccessible to many of the bodies who are part of this land. The VOC is spoken about in history, the Dutch East India Company. In my work, it is not only spoken about as history, but it is sediment. It remains embedded in the water systems, land laws, access, considerations of what is climate change, what is climate adaptations. It is in the shoreline and the repair practices for who is allowed to belong to water. These bodies are not only human bodies. It is not only my body, but the more than human bodies like plants and the animals who have had to sever their ties with the spaces that they once occupied. A further violence between historically segregated bodies and the continuation in how we think about systems and designs today. So I spend time walking with this edge, and I think about what it means when we think about repair. Wading methodologically through haunted, leaking time, where the time is not cast behind us, but threaded through where we are now and the questions we choose to ask. I think about putting out a sponge to the past. When I think about the sponge as a method, it's a material that can absorb things. We hold it out and wait to see what gets mopped up. It is not that memory works. Memory is a work of recalling what has been forgotten. Rather, it allows us to think about memory that becomes a part of what we acquire and what we pay attention to and what we choose to surrender invisible. So in my journey of thinking about what is our response when we make ourselves available to think differently about what has been erased, I walk with the botanical plants and think with water. I gather these plants and draw on ancient practices that are part of my family's way of being and make natural botanical dyes as a form of mending, not repair. Walking across all the different sites, which are living sites, not geographical locations on a map. In this sense, mending is reparative architecture, one that accepts vulnerability, partiality, and ongoing radical care. If we imagine future cities and ecologies, repair cannot mean that we return to a place from before. It has to mean how we learn to live with damaged relations, human and more than human, without rushing to closure. I offer this stitch not as a solution, but as a practice of staying with water, with history, and with the work of repair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joanne. Thank you so much for bringing the colonial discussion in this roundtable. Because someone born and raised in Hong Kong, I feel like that has not been discussed enough or relate back to the development that we have here. So really thank you for bringing that discussion. And last but not least, we have Dr. Stan Lai to help wrap the roundtable with an East Asian perspective. Dr. Stan Lai is a registered architect and ink painter in Hong Kong. He is the head of the Department of Architecture at Hong Kong Zhuhai College. He holds a PhD from Hong Kong U, specializing in urban morphology of historic market towns and buildings in southern China. His teaching on sustainable design, modern architectural theories, film theory, art history, and history of Japanese, Chinese, and Hong Kong architecture covers topology from wall villages, 茶餐厅, to multi-level transportation system. This is a very exciting range of topics. So please, may we welcome Dr. Stan Lai to the stage.
Thank you, Provide. Okay, I'm Stan Lai, and I'm honored to be invited by Provide to this forum. Although I still don't fully understand why she invite me. Yeah, because my topic seems a little bit different from others, and I don't have too many solutions about how to solve the problems of this forum, but I just share a perspective, an alternative perspective, yeah, about the the main topic of this forum, and is from the traditions of Chinese, Japanese architecture, revealing how bio-inspired design has been practiced before and now still as a form of sustainability design, living in harmony with nature. This is given by Provide this description. Okay, I try to be talk about or to link with this or comply with this with the main topic of this forum. First of all, from Chinese architecture, traditional. Okay, from the we'll start from philosophy or culture. How Chinese respond to nature and how the Chinese see or saw nature from very, very old time. I would think about Taoism, 道家思想, or if before Taoist religion, that happened before Taoism becoming a religion, and the very famous statement, Tao follows nature, 道法自然. Okay, at least the philosopher tried to follow, respond to nature, or view, or use nature as the guideline of the life. And in architecture, one type of traditional Chinese architecture, usually regarded as reflection of Taoism, which is Chinese garden, this type, and is like collected natural elements or compress the whole world, different natural elements into tiny space, and then forming the Chinese gardens. And in the garden, usually with one special type of rock, usually adopted, which is the Taihu rocks from the lakes, literally. Expression of the work by nature, because it's usually collected from the riverbed, a lake bed, under the lake, which has been along the work after the long time weathering or erosion by the lake water, and then forming a lot of holes. These, and the right-hand side is my own painting work, imagining the ultimate Taihu rock, with when the voids are becoming larger and larger, and then becoming some kind of network, organic network, in terms of the form, and in terms of architecture, Chinese architecture, everybody would firstly think about timber architecture, using timber as the building material, structural material. And I try to see Chinese timber architecture firstly as the botanic metaphor, which was inspired by or imitating the botanic form. Simply speaking, cantilever form. Botanic form, no matter from which level, from large tree to small tree, or to shrubs or flower, or even you can see on the right-hand side, these are the moss. The zoom into moss. One kind of moss would have this kind of form, with the trunk, mainly main trunk in the middle, with cantilever branches, And then the most natural building form of timber architecture would be in the form of cantilever with the posts and beams. And in some cases, we also take a look at the Japanese architecture, which has been influenced by the Chinese architecture. For example, the pagoda, you can see very similar with the form of trees. And not only pagoda, in general, all the timber architecture, the very naturally they will create a big canopy or with the deep projection, and then the columns, beams, the framework underneath covered or protected by the big roof. And also on the right-hand side, when you zoom into the columns, themselves forming some kind of projection by a special type of structural system, the bracket. Yeah, the main point of the bracket, 斗拱. The most important function is to provide cantilever projection systems, just like trees or any kind of plants. And based on a scholar that called Feng Jiren, his book, he has a theory, yeah. And his book, Chinese Architecture and Metaphor, Song Culture in the 应照法式 Building Manual, 营造法式. He relates the bracket structural systems likened to flowers, branches, and foliage, and evidenced by the terminologies as used in the Song Dynasty 营造法式, the book. You can see a lot of the terms, 華拱, 捲頭, 廟拱, all these different structural members, and also some method of combining the elements, like 出一支轉葉. These are all related to the plants or botanic metaphor. And also, in terms of the image, the appearance, we can see the bracket systems or each of the columns with the brackets, 斗拱, and then in combination forming something like the different trees or plants, yeah, to support the big roof. Yeah, other examples, as stated by Feng Jiren, yeah, with the similarity of building form or building systems, structural system, really similar with plants, flower sprays in nature, something like this. And then another characteristic of timber architecture is its softness of timber. Not the kind of very hard, in contrast to the stone architecture or stone material, what used in the Western architecture, that result in the concave roof profile and framework deformation. This maybe I need some explanation. I see from the 營造法式 with a lot of special form, like the concave curve profile, or the whole form itself it's usually not orthogonal, but with a little bit tilted or deformed, like the columns of the outer ring, usually tilted a little bit, called incline leaning of columns, 側腳, and beams, and also the eaves, the edge of the roof, usually not horizontal, but near the corner, usually raised or higher, so-called 各柱新起, raised corner columns. All these, I try to relate to the nature of timber material in terms of structure. It's because to me, the natural result of using timber frame is because of the softness of the timber. Usually, the structure would deform, or according to the gravity, or even usually when you build a structural frame, build timber frame with all straight line, but immediately after applying all the roof tiles, and the whole form would bend. So that's match this kind of deformation match with what described in 營造法式, the raised and depressed roof, inclined leaning of columns, raised corner columns. And without the curved form, we will see, for example, from on the right-hand side, each of this, each section of the beams would forming something like the wavy pattern. So it's like this kind of curved form is to foresee the future after the defection of the structural system, structural materials. And another characteristic of the timber structure is that with the brackets increasing the numbers of movement joints. The left-hand side is traditional Western timber frame system with less movement joints, which means a very simple joint between, for example, between columns and beams. And then, but in China, even starting from the very early period, they start to insert more individual members. More individual members means more movement joints, and the right-hand side, the brackets, finally, later maturely developed a bracket system forming a lot of individual members, and then creating more movement joints. And the more movement joints can withstand gravity, withstand thermal and humid expansion and contraction, and also withstand the earthquake in a better way. Okay, then in Japanese architecture, also from the culture, first is Shintoism, very dominant in Japanese culture, and animism is one important reflection of Shintoism. Yeah, they see the nature very holy, and even worshipping different natural elements like trees, timbers. And also another aspect, Buddhism, especially in terms of the Zen, 禪宗, okay, results in wabi-sabi concept, the tragic. Simply speaking, would be the acceptance of temporal change to space brought by the nature. Yeah, so appreciating imperfect, impermanent, and incomplete, which means the effect of time into the space. And one very special type, which not happening in, or not influenced by the Chinese cultures, the Moss gardens. Also, acceptance of temporal change to space brought by nature. For example, in this garden, Saihoji in Kyoto, it was once abandoned, damaged by moss because of the warfares and floodings. After a long time of abandoned, and a monk especially restore the garden. But the way he restores to utilize the existing moss as an element for appreciation. Yeah, that's how the traditional Japanese philosophy and aesthetics create the architecture. Another aspect, thatch roof, in Japanese called kayabuki, maochap, which shows existing of nature and architecture, or interaction between nature and architecture, the natural growth of plants on building materials, and finally, creating impermanent generation of some kind of micro ecosystem. can see it's like they didn't intentionally create plants, but the plants automatically happen, but not always, only after the rainy days or wet seasons. Yeah, that's and then forming some kind of micro ecosystems. So the nature in the building materials, and especially the ridge. Usually they would intentionally create the ridge with plants, so-called 基洞. Yeah, the planted ridge on top of the thatch roof, and even a small tree can be planted on top, and okay. And thatch roof is also can demonstrate the social, firstly, eco cycle related to the ecosystem, different materials flow, yeah, among the system. For example, the plants, the crops, the residue of the crops, and then the use as the building materials, and also feeding the animals. Yes, forming some kind of like a supply chain, or yeah. And also, we can see the thatched roof systems highly connected with the rural economy, and also the village community. Yeah, people would help. The whole community would help different houses to lay the thatch roof. Even no matter female or male, the villagers would help to build, and find another materials similar, the hiwadabuki, the wood shingle roof, also showing coexistence of nature and architecture. Yeah, because plants can easily be built. Be growing on top of the roof. Yeah, and which this kind of material usually also related to the religions, happening in some the Shinto shrines, with every maybe rebuilding of the roof every 20 years or 16 years, something like this. And finally, I would like to share a video which I found it very shocking when I saw this. Yeah, when I was in Japan. And see. You can see something like smoke. In fact, it's just the steam on top of the roof, the shingle roof, is after the rainfall, and suddenly with sunshine, and then all the humidity, the highly humid zone inside the roof material and near the material suddenly like a boil, and then creating this kind of steam. Yeah, so it's not only the ecosystems, maybe a micro meteorological system in the micro. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stan. So I met Dr. Stan because I realized that today in both university in Hong Kong, there are no East Asian architecture course. And when I put this roundtable together, the ambition was to collect all of the knowledge that I think young architects today should know, but are actually not taught. First, we have KS dedicated his career to bridging architecture and climate solution, bridging nature culture, bridging urban, rural, and other regions of a city. And that's something that we don't have a course in university today. And Dr. Felix, who offers scientific insight of why urban development without care harms us, that us killing the corals is in turn killing our own social equity. And Dr. Joanne brings the post-colonial discussion that we've seen in cities around the world, not only Hong Kong, are still struggling against the reality without the awareness and channel to repair the internal agony. And Dr. Stan, who guide us back to our cultural roots, courses that architecture students today should receive but have no understanding of. And the first question that I pose is, in a crisis of architecture, which would be the Venice Biennale 2027 theme, led by and curated by Wang Shu, the crisis of architecture, firms firing people, buildings no need to be built anymore, social and climatic turmoil. What do you think are the most important knowledge and skills that students of architecture should take away from education today in order to nurture a culture of repair for the future? It is a difficult question, so you can take 2 seconds to think about it, but I'll be very interested to hear from you. The question is too difficult. Yes, KS, please.
Okay, I think the first one to answer is wiser. When I was young, we were trained to build, because it's the baby booming period that Hong Kong and many other cities are building more. Certainly, we want to build better buildings, right? But looking into the future, I think probably even I'm now teaching in the CUHK architecture school, that we are educating students to build nests and build regenerative. Okay, you use the term repair, but I think the new concept is to make our new built environment to be regenerative. That means that, for instance, about carbon emissions, okay, to try to make it carbon neutral, at least, but even can be generate more energy than its consumption. That is example that in the new architecture, we should be regenerative. That means not really over-consuming the resources, but at least to balance it or even to contribute to repairing. Revitalizing the aspects that we'd like to support. Okay.
Thank you so much. The next person.
The second one to
Second,
answer
yeah,
is
second wise
safer.
person.
Safer. And then maybe I focus on the aspect in terms of history of architecture. Yeah, in response to provides questions. The very important thing I usually convey to students will be when I teach history of architecture, so not only telling students to think about aesthetics or symbolism or styles, especially styles, but to let them think about what's behind the style, why the style happened or appeared. For example, the curve form, the big roof, the curve. Most people would talk about, okay, that's about the aesthetics and lightweight, and of course, this no one can deny, but no one can prove. Yeah, but I try to use some alternative ways. Maybe it's because related to the structural form, deformation. Yeah, that's the phenomenon. Comply or matching with the styles. Yeah, or even why the roof ridge. 嗰個屋脊啊 the top. Yeah, usually with so many different features, styles, and trace back to what's in the original purpose of the ridge would be the as a waterproofing device, something like this. And the second thing I usually want students to think about is to understand the context of all those architectural styles or use of materials, so that they won't be too romantic. Why I say so? Because people would think a timber architecture, wow, really, really great, beautiful, and or even when youngsters go to Japan to see the thatch roof or wood shingle roofs, these kind of material, wow, they're fantastic. But all these materials are related to the social structure or even the industry, supply chain, all these, the whole society is, if the context has been changed, it's very difficult to preserve or even bring back the lost tradition. That's why in Japan, we can still see a lot of this timber, straw, thatch roof. But in Hong Kong or even in China, we cannot find, because the context totally changed. Too romantically trying to bring back all those traditional method or style, maybe not very practical. Okay, that's how I think the students very important when they learn the history of Chinese architecture. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sen. And the third safe person. Yes, Dr. Felix.
Well, I'm not an architect. Well, I wish I should be. Yeah, but yeah, so your question is like, what should we teach the architecture's students? So for reparative architecture. Well, I think we should tell them that the architecture, the buildings, it should be part of the ecosystem. Yeah, it should be like in harmony with the environment. It's not an object, but it's an interconnected systems. So yeah, I think the architecture should like work with the community, the people who live there or will be using the architecture. Yeah, and I think we should also learn how like climate change and the future would impact the structure itself. So it's very important to think about how it could be standing in 100 years time. Yeah. 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 So yeah, the architecture, the building should be a living thing that we live in to make it alive.
Thank you. And Dr. Joanne.
Yeah, I think I'll just pick up from Felix there as well. I mean, what came to mind when you were speaking, Felix, is the importance of identifying the nature and culture divide that we, the binary system that we work with when we think about the world, and that often humans, or how knowledge and ways of being works in the world, is highly influenced by us being at a distance from, and sort of thinking of the environment as something that is over there or at a distance from, but reconfiguring that to recognize how much we are all a part of the system that we find ourselves in. So what does that mean to consider a student as a situated being, where relations are with space and with place, rather than considering space as something that needs to be thought through at a outside of its connectedness with people's and the animate world that we are all a part of. And I think that when we think of opportunities for repair, that we need to shake off the human gaze as the only way of noticing what's happening in the world. So we can't separate ourselves from the human gaze. It is a part of who we are as human beings. But if we can understand or pay attention to that, it allows us to be accountable for that, for the things that we notice or the concepts that we hold dear to. And so what differences could it make to rather look elsewhere than what we are seeing right in front of us? So in thinking about futures, being, drawing on my ancestral connection and the African ways of being and knowing that we walk backwards into the future because we're very conscious of what has been left behind in the past. That is often rendered invaluable as ways of responding to repair or thinking about making and building, and how that can hold us more, we become more implicated in the commitments that we make to building something new or thinking about a design, when we don't think about simplistic notions of time and space, but stay with the complexity of that.
Thank you so much. We only have time for one more question. So I really wanted to really push this question. As someone who is now in the process of trying to pitch equity to through my startup to all my clients and so on, there's one question that I couldn't answer. And architects are trained to be ideological, so it's something that I don't know how to debate. And the question is, if I am rich enough to buy my problems away, for instance, move to a cooler place, not live in subdivided flats, why should I care about equity, be it climate equity, post-colonial equity, social equity? Why should I care about it? Why should I spend money or devote my time to actually fight for it? Because it's not my problem, it's someone else's problem. What would be enlighten me of how I should debate that and maybe lure them in to invest?
Let me try. Certainly, the world is not fair. Okay, someone are richer, someone are poorer. But when we try to promote equity or talk about equity, it's related to climate change. The problem is that everyone or many people tend to be quite selfish, okay? That they enjoy their life with high carbon emissions that are causing the problem. So the only way is that we all try to reduce our carbon footprint, no matter you are rich or poor. And there's a hope that we can transform the current problem. Someone will ignore others' suffering, then they can say, with their money, to keep his or her environment to be always comfortable, right? By migrating to other places to get away from the extreme weather. But certainly they can live comfortably. But if most people are thinking in this way, the whole world would ultimately without any place for them to go. I mean, others can help.
Yeah, I'll add to that, provide, especially if you're thinking about community. Maybe change your angle of not trying to convince the ones who are expecting you to provide the information or the solutions for why they need to join and be mobilized for change. I think that it doesn't serve the broader community for us to have one stream of consideration for how we can approach areas of inequity when it comes to climate change, or when it just comes to access. If you think about your voice and things that you can do, the meaning making that you can make, then consider who you are giving that to. And I think that so many communities lose sight of how those who are in who have less resources are in the majority than those who have all of the resources. So if we think about how we empower and enable communities and advocate with communities, then it is who we should remain in dialogue with, rather than trying to spend our time coming up with new ingenuities for convincing the individualistic and those who think of a scarcity model, or a colonial model of resources that are for one and not for all, and articulating economies of abundance and sharing, rather than trying to convince those who have been living in ways that only serve themselves well. And I think that that's sort of picking up on what was just said, that the world and solutions are never going to be about finding equality for everyone, because that's also a dangerous thing to think of, but to focus on the differences that do matter and how we can put our time and our consideration into that.
Thank you so much. Okay, now the next dangerous person.
So your question is about like equity. Why do we need to care? I think because we're living in the same earth, like we're all neighbors, and if it is in a we need to help each other is in the same communities, because if someone fall, it will eventually affect us. For climate equity, it is if you have a lot of money and if you don't care about the neighbor, it will cause a lot of problems, such as like the social unrest, and this is actually happening in many developing countries, where the rich getting richer and the poor is like very poor, and it causes crimes and other social problems. So I think we as a human, we should different we should love each other, as we were all neighbors. Yeah.
Thank you. And last but not
I'm the
least,
last
Dr.
one.
Stan. Yes.
I think
Safe answers only.
I try to think about your question, and honestly, I think it's a very political question. Relates to political theory, philosophy, left and right, all these things, and may not be related to urban development or architecture. But I try to. I think first of all, I prefer to use the word fairness rather than equality, or equal. Fair, more important than equal. And I think if some people are stronger or richer, they can have better life, but they still have to help, to a certain extent, help those weaker people maybe is not very politically correct. I think helping the weaker can make the stronger people live in a safer world. And also, usually people would be happy to see other people living in a better world. And I think most of the people would not love to see the people surrounding him are suffering, I think. Yeah. So I think that's very normal to a certain extent. The society and also government should organize and help those weaker, less privileged people to a certain extent. Yeah, I don't. That's all
Thank you so
I
much.
can think about.
No, thank you so much. I think these are actually all important for a young generation of architects when they try to debate their own position. Learning from your experiences is very valuable. So thank you so much for staying with us until so late on a Saturday night. And I shall now hand over to the third roundtable to Jono. Thank you.
Thanks, Provides. So our final roundtable, biofabrication and innovations of repair. This last conversation asked what happens when repair becomes embedded at the level of material systems, robotic processes, and experimental practices. Importantly, this isn't about technological optimism, but about how innovation might support longer lifestyles, circularity, and ecological responsibility, rather than acceleration and waste. Yaya Meng is an award-winning interdisciplinary designer and UK global talent, and she will be opening up for us today. She is a robotics specialist at the Architecture Robotics Lab, Bartlett, UCL. Her research explores the robotic fabrication, circular design strategies, and waste material regeneration to address resource scarcity, rising waste, and embodied carbon in construction, integrating computational design with additive manufacturing. Our second presenter, Carlos Rivera, is an architect at the Universidad Ricardo Palma and educator in experimental parametric modeling based in Lima, Peru. Focusing on computational design strategies towards digital fabrication, he specializes in form optimization with climatic and structural variables. Carlos explores sustainable fabrication with formal complexity, integrating advanced computational methods with material efficiency. And our third speaker who won't be joining us is Dr. Dylan McGarry, who is a scholar activist with transdisciplinary PhD from Rhodes University and Oxford Brookes. He co-directs the One Ocean Hub research network and funded Empathy-Theatre, a theatre-based method for social learning and policy change. His creative practice uses empathy and imagination as tools for ecological citizenship and justice, and explored through his Institute of the Uncanny Justness. So I'm going to open up, and I'm going to ask Yaya if she would like to share her screen and present her work.
Okay, cool. So can everyone see my screen now? Yes, okay, all good. Be enlarged quick.
I think it's taking some time to load, so
Oh,
we're not
it's
exactly seeing it yet.
okay. Is it still loading?
Still loading, at least for me.
Okay.
I already see it.
Can anyone else see it?
Yeah, I can see it. It's a
Okay, then it's just me. Yeah,
like
don't mind me.
a promenade.
Cool. Okay, so I think I'm gonna start with talking about the bioregeneration of materials and then biofabrication. So talking about my background, I'm basically trained as an interior designer, and then I got my architecture degree at the Bartlett under biointegrated design, and that's how I get to know a lot about robotics and then biomaterial fabrication, etc. So now I'm working in a BMade architectural robotics lab. Our team has like 4 members, and each of us are sharing different backgrounds. Like Pradeep as an architect, I'm an interior designer, and Gilliam, who's my colleague, he's having like a chemistry background, and then we have Sunny, who joined us recently, has a computer science background. So all 4 of us are sharing quite different background. However, we're working on the same projects from different aspect. Just talking quickly, going through some of the student projects. So I'm basically teaching additive manufacturing of biomaterials, but at the same time, I'm also working with other robotic processes like incremental sheets forming, robotic carving, and as well as like weaving and assembly. But my main research focus is pretty much looking at how to implement biotechnology into the built environment. I would say, well, starting with a bit of understanding of engineering materials. If we're going back to the prehistory period, there's only 3 main, let's say, areas of the materials: natural materials, ceramic glasses, and the metals. So the presence of these materials are mainly based on how fast we can find them, or let's say how fast we can isolate them during the finding process. But if we're looking at the present days, the expansion of different types of materials are going crazy. However, if we're looking at the circle of the natural material, it's still like quite limited compared to the rest of the material selections. So pretty much when I'm looking at the development of natural materials, they should going basically towards those 2 directions, and it's more about not only about expanding the range of the materials, but also looking at how do you engineer them to a better performance. So these are pretty much the different tools that we use in architecture school, and during like my research in the Bartlett, I was pretty much looking at how do we translate this kind of organic design language into a fabricatable pieces. So given by first of the example, I think this was during my master study. I started with looking at how can I upcycle organic waste from organic food waste. And by looking at that, I actually managed to modify one of the material that was created by citrus, and then the eggshells. Also, I got very lucky to use the robot during my master's study, and then looking at how to make 3D printable materials out of the waste product. And instead of trying to make a perfectly engineered materials, I was looking at what's the character of the material based on the different composition. Then I realized this particular material is really good at tensile strength. It has a very good elastic property. So that's why I did some sort of like expanding robotic printing under the suspension scenario. And this is some of the final assembled prototype. And then I also worked with conventional materials like ceramics. This project augmented polycultures is actually in collaboration with Professor Marcus Cruz and then the Brenda Parker and Tony Lee, as well as Yifan Shi, who's assisting the fabrication of the project. We were looking at how do we create a water feature that can host the growth of the microorganisms. So it's still like one of the ongoing research, but I think this project is pretty much demonstrate how do we work with the microorganism within the living environment with our existing building materials. Alternatively, I was also looking at how do we combine ceramics with like with other materials. And this particular project, I worked with Martin Carter and Sienna from the 3D print department in the BMade. Very interestingly, the assessment is actually starting from looking at the novel ways of doing 3D print, which is printing within a granular support system so that we can print very dramatic geometry without like having support. And especially for the clay materials, there's no such a thing for support, unlike with the thermoplastics. So we were looking at I was investigating different types of granola that we can use, and then we finalized into recycled glass collet because the glass collet can form a very pretty finish during the bisque firing stage, so which will help to strengthen the mechanical property between the 3D printed layers and at the same time perform the coating. So we actually managed to fire like some of the prototypes in one go. With coatings, with glazing layer instead of like single two firing procedures. And then I think I'm going to step into the main project, which is Calcareous arabesque. This project is actually started during the COVID, and I've been presenting it for quite a long time. In collaboration, so basically Professor Marcus Cruz and Brenna Parker lead the project, and then I'm working on the material investigation as well as the robotic fabrication aspect, starting with understanding how this material is presenting. So participated calcium carbonate is actually one of the sugar refining waste came from the sugar refining industry. And it's purely, let's say, it has very high purity of calcium carbonate. So that's why people call it cop mud. And why we need, like, cop mud needs to be upcycled, and it's pretty much because it's high alkalinity and we can't really return it back into the soil, unlike the phosphate from the phosphatation process. So that's why we were thinking, okay, then in that case, calcium carbonate is actually quite a well-used material within the built environment. Then why don't we upcycle this material to a new type of building material? And that's how the story starts. Then we started with a bit of material investigation, looking at what would be the best scenario to upcycle this material. So we're looking at casting. In terms of fabrication method, we're looking at casting as well as like robotic extrusions. And then we pretty much finalized into robotic extrusions and that's mainly driven by the type of binder we're using. So instead of using a lot of chemical-based binders, we wanted to use organic binders. And these binders are basically quite soft, like gel-based, which will perform a high shrinkage during the casting if you cast it. Even though for extrusion, it also shrink massively as well. So that's why a series of print tests has been conducted in order to achieve a quite coherent printing result after we scale up. And so throughout the project, we were actually investigating what would be the best scaling up method for a laboratory-based novel material through basically from the lab scale to plot scale to the full scale fabrication. And this is one of the projects we managed to transfer this novel material investigation from all three scales. It was exhibited at the London Design Museum for a period of time, and now came back to here East a couple of years ago. So after the project, I think there's a very high potential to keep developing this particular research. And it's not only because of the lack of upcycling method within the UK, also sugar production is pretty, like we're facing the same situation within China. So I actually went to different sugar refineries in the past 2 years, trying to understand what's the key challenge they're facing. And it was very interesting to discover some of the facts. And we also ran the workshop and the digital futures. Last year, we got very lucky to test the material with the students from different backgrounds. So which I think from certain aspect, we are actually raising the awareness for the younger generations. However, after the conversation I had with a lot of people from the sugar, who's basically managing the sugar refinery, I realized the key situation is not about upcycling. We need to pretty much giving up the idea of making a new material. I think the main focus should be creating this metabolic process within the existing industry instead of inventing something new, because without letting the material flow within the current infrastructure, they're gonna be end up with within the landfill site like this as well. So that's pretty much one of my key feedback for this particular research project. Then I'm gonna quickly just give a bit of touch on the computational biophilia project that I did with Provize and Carlos. And this particular project, we actually fabricated with a biodegradable plastic called PHA. And the difference is this time I didn't we got industrial sponsorship. We got industrial partnership from the from the Met PHA company. So we don't really worry about the investigation of the material. There's very professional team that's carrying out this material research part, and then we managed to focusing on what would be the best, to focusing on the design as well as the fabrication aspect of this material. It's quite a nice project. I think I'm gonna leave the detail to Carlos to talk about how the project, the context of the project, including the design details. But I think a big reflection from my aspect is if we wanted to work on novel, the core novel, and then innovation, and bring material innovation within the built environment, we do need to collaborate with professional bodies. And I think it's very important, and it will speed up the process. It will help us to scale up. And also there's an inter-exchange in between the industry and then the academia versus the architect. I think everyone can pretty much contribute in a role based on our area of expertise. Cool. And then in the end, I think just for the general audience, I would encourage all the architecture students to visit different industries, go look at the world and see what is exactly happening. And yeah, so that's pretty much all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Yaya. That's really interesting. And it's great to see this all together, only seeing parts of your work over the years in the basement of the Bartlett. I'd like to invite Carlos to share and see what you got.
Thanks, Jono. Yeah, I'll share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good morning or good evening to everybody. My name is Carlos Rivera. I'm an architect based in Lima, Peru. I'm from Universidad Ricardo Palma. And today I will present computational biophilia, biomimicry, and ecobolic architecture, a series of projects developed alongside Provides and Yao Yao. We're working as an international team, exploring how biomimetic thinking, computation, and material experimentation can contribute to ecological remediation. These projects respond to a dual crisis, the accelerating ecological degradation and the increasing cultural homogenization. The situation is made worse by the lack of computational design workflows that can integrate biological intelligence and cultural patterns. So this question comes up, how can we develop a generalizable computational design workflow that brings biomimetic and cultural principles together to create sustainable architectural systems? To address this question, we research biomimicry not as a single method or a fixed position, but more as a range of strategies or as a spectrum. So this diagram that we made shows biomimicry, as I was telling, as a spectrum. On one end, here we have like literal biomimicry, like based on visual or formal analogies to biology, and globally recognizable aesthetics, like everyone can recognize or understand biological features. And on the other extreme, we have the more technical biomimicry, which focuses on transferring biological principles, making it like more technological, often resulting in less recognizable or significant for communities in general. So the space we are interested in is the one that is here in the middle, which where both biological values and cultural patterns are present and recognizable by everyone, let's say. So we wanted to explore this whole spectrum. So we conducted 4 design experiments to compare them in terms of cultural recognizability, algorithmic replicability, fabrication efficiency, and environmental performance. Each of these experiments combines biomimicry and culture through different computational strategies. So the first experiment is a discrete approach based on voxel aggregation. It explores modular structures inspired by coral branching systems. The second experiment is a modular approach that produces a more sculptural system based on the lotus flower structures. Each repetitive component is performing a specific biofunctional analogy in the composition. The third one uses generative AI, embedding traditional cultural patterns from Chinese woodwork directly into the design process. Through topology optimization, the loads set by the pattern shape define load points that end up modeling the mass in unique ways. And finally, the fourth experiment is the contextual approach that integrates environmental data and site-specific patterns applying into the design of a facade, parting from another Chinese woodwork pattern. So these 4 experiments are not like competing between them. They form a comparative framework where each approach has its own strengths and its own limitations. All are valid, but their relevance depends on what is being prioritized, from maybe a replication, or maybe the priority is cultural expression, or maybe the environmental performance. It depends. So these insights directly inform the development of computational biophilia, which has already been a little bit introduced by Yao. So I'm going to go a little bit deeper with it. Computational biophilia is proposed as an approach to ecobolic architecture, developed within the context of transforming territories characterized by brownfields and degraded urban soils. Ecobolic architecture understands architectural systems not as static objects, but more as active agents of ecological repair, designed to operate over time and eventually transform or even disappear. So the objective of this project was to design an architectural system capable of supporting soil bioremediation while remaining culturally legible. So this project was exhibited at the Hong Kong Shenzhen Bi-City Biennale 2025, just in December, just a little bit ago. So it takes the form of a bioremediation device composed of 2 interconnected systems. The first, the one that you can see in yellow, which is the biodegradable component made of PHA, which acts as a nutrient source for soil microorganisms that participate in bioremediation and decontamination processes of soil. So as the PHA is biologically consumed, the component progressively disappears into the soil. And then the second component, which is the white one, the white structure, which is fabricated from a more stable material, which supports and stabilizes the device throughout this degradation process as it starts to biodegrade vertically into the soil. So with a clear vision of biodegradable device capable of nourishing soil, we initiated the design process. But instead of starting with a biological form, we started with a cultural one. So traditional wood patterns were selected and used as cultural genomes for generating this design. So first, one of the patterns was selected and it was digitalized using Tripo 3D, which is an AI for getting meshes from images. And then we started like this. We projected this pattern onto a 1.8 meter column, which was then divided into 20 by 20 by 20 centimeter models. This was like the key constraint for future fabrication, like the limits of the printer we were going to use. And also load points, like bottom support points and top load points were defined within a parametric environment, which is Rhino and Grasshopper. And then a topological optimization process was run through it to get the distribution of masses in relation to the force flow, removing the excess of mass of the structure. And then we just repeated this model several times and formed this column. Several module configurations were tested. Although more solid versions were structurally efficient, they were proved impractical due to printing time because they had a much more extensive printing surface. So here you can see different tries, like Provides and Yao know how it was a headache to print these models, especially the ones that were like had more infill in this case. So we had to start thinning certain areas and sometimes reducing the resolution of the patterns to make it possible and also optimal to be produced. So then at the base, we created a mangrove-inspired structure like roots, which extend radially from the center of this column. It was also going to be printed in PHA. With this, we had the first system, the biodegradable one. So this radial disposition it also amplifies the spatial reach of bioremediation and also contributes to the stability of the column. Then, once we had designed this structure, we realized that we needed a supporting structure required to guide the biodegradable PHA component as it went down into the soil. So this skeleton was generated using the shortest path growth biological principle from base points on the ground to target points in the column, as we can see here. Then at the top, a crown derived from also from different cultural patterns responds to solar exposure. Areas with higher solar incidence become denser, providing shade and protecting the biodegradable material below. So biodegradation is not accelerated. So as I mentioned, the system is composed by two material logics. PHA performs the ecological work, it nourishes the soil and disappears over time. And then the other material remains as a structural memory, enabling continuity and future reuse. Once the PHA is consumed, then another column with its roots can be implanted on the same place, or maybe the structure can be moved to another place to continue this bioremediation. So here you can see an animation of how the biodegradation would take place in this particular case. And eventually disappearing. That's what we are calling the disappearing act of this type of architectural approximation. So all PHA components were fabricated using FDM printing, the column was modularized as planned, while the mangrove roots had to be fragmented into smaller chunks and refined to overcome printing limitations related to thicknesses, printing angles, and fragility. So the project was fabricated and installed at foot scale at the Biennale. Here you can see provides presenting the project. And well, this allowed us to observe material behavior beyond simulation and validate the system physically. So here you can see some of the details, highly detailed model, and the subdivisions that had to be done to make it possible to be built. So in conclusion, computational biophilia reframes architecture as a mediator between culture, biology, and also time. Future work must address fabrication constraints earlier and integrate modular logic from the very beginning of the design process. Repairing this project is not like a final state, but an ongoing condition. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos. That was great. I think Dylan might be here. He might have joined with my link. Dylan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My deepest apologies to everyone for being so unbelievably late. I got my schedule mixed up. I'm really sorry.
It's more than fine. You just you have my name, but you joined with my link. I don't know if you can change it if you like, because the session is recorded, so this does go into the.
Yeah, rename.
And then, Dill, yeah, you are going to be closing us out for the day. So best for last. I'm kidding. It's biased.
Again, I'm so sorry to everyone. It's so rude on my part. So yes, I'm going to share a screen now. I'm just checking I've got the right one. Sorry, 1 second. I'm coming to this from a kind of more sorry, this thing keeps jumping up. So from a kind of sociological anthropological space, but I wanted to just share the ways in which kind of biophilia has really influenced our work as empatheater and my work as an educational sociologist. So can you see this? Yes. Okay. So I started out as a zoologist and a marine scientist, and have a deep love for the natural world and for like ecological intelligence. But I'm also very inspired by collaborative intelligence and the ways in which people can come together and learn from each other. And those two worlds have come together in my career in many different ways. So I'm kind of a recovering scientist and have been running a theatre company with Neil Coppen and Mpumi Ntombeni for the last, why won't this click now? For the last almost 12 years. These are them here. And we've created a social justice theatre company that responds to a variety of ecological and social justice crises, using theatre as a way for people to come together and look at complexities in society. And sometimes those complexities have had kind of big questions around town planning or conservation, but also the colonial legacies here in South Africa that have kind of created an ecological apartheid, which is the title of my PhD, which looked at the kind of fracture between human and more than human entanglements, and the role of art and imagination in kind of responding to that. And in that work, I was deeply inspired by Goethe, and it's the only old dead white European that I cite in my work. But he said something quite brilliant, and it was that every organ of perception, every time we perceive and imagine and spend time observing the natural world or the world around us, we develop a new organ of perception inside ourselves. And that creates an inner understanding or an inner intelligence that we can we can learn from. And so I've thought about that in quite a lot of detail with Anya Martin and Viv Bozilak, who are critical hydrofeminists. So they look at a feminist approach to understanding complexities in society with water and with watery beings. And I think we've heard from Joanne Piers. I'm not sure if we've heard from her yet today. She's another hydrofeminist in our network who does incredible work looking at the haunted histories of oceans and the natural world and people. And one of the things in this paper we looked at is fish. Fish have this organ alongside their body called the lateral line. And it runs along their body, and it allows them to kind of create what we call in the paper a distance touch, which allows them to sense the space between each other as they move. And this allows them to school or create shoals. And we think about this in a design perspective and a sociological perspective. We published this both in an educational journal and a physiology journal, but a kind of question of imagining what would it be like if humans had this organ like fish do, and how would it increase our capacity to create a slow science that allows us to school as society and to shoal together and to call and respond as we move through complex environments. And as the world is becoming ever increasingly complex, as I look out, as I'm here by the ocean near Simonstown, we have warships that are gathering here from Iran and Korea, and we're not sure what's going on here at the moment, and we need to be able to develop responsive ways of responding to complex messes. So in the paper, we think about developing this more than human shoal and how this ways of thinking and building organs of perception with other creatures, with fish in this case, can help us develop ethical principles around in this case would be interesting in reparative architectures. And I've had lots of conversations with Jono about this and his students around the power of call and response as a meaning-making practice, and developing, in this case, a biophilic approach to developing ethics in the ways in which we design and develop society. And this is very linked to an African perspective. Steve Biko, one of our greatest thinkers in South Africa, really thought about this idea of trying to understand the personality of a situation rather than trying to kind of get to these predetermined goals, or this trying to drive ourselves forward like some kind of juggernaut towards the future. That we need much more sensitive ways of perceiving the thick present, and it's kind of expanding our organs of perception to respond to the realities of what's going on in the thick present. So anyway, this is one of the biophilic research practices we've been thinking quite deeply in, and how this can do the underlaboring for designers or architects or sociologists who are trying to design more responsive and careful places that are also remembering the haunted histories of these places. We live in South Africa with a very complex history of apartheid, and the spatial apartheid still exists in our city, and it still exists in the architecture and in the ways people navigate space. And so thinking about these organs, these neuromasts, imagining them on the sides of humans, of what would those be if they were also ethical sensitivities, and how this could develop a growing new form of slow science for justice to come. So the link for that paper is here, and there's two actually. One is a paper and one is a chapter in a book. And then I just wanted to jump quickly to this idea of meaning making, and how I've published in another paper around replacing the dash between meaning and making with an infinity loop, that they are kind of, there's an umbilical nourishment that happens between when you make something and the meaning that comes from it when you're making. And Aaron Manning thinks about making as a form of thinking and theorizing. It is as important as writing. And we often don't think about when we are making, and especially when we're making with the natural world, when we start making things with our hands, what I call building tactile theories, we're able to get closer and closer to the natural world and to the kind of the intelligence, the ecological intelligence of things. And so coming full circle to amphitheater, one of the deep kind of biophilic designs that we've developed in our work was really coming down to our process of call and response with society. So one of our design principles as a theater company is we call and respond, we commit, our ethical commitment is to stay in kind of echolocating with a problem and with a society and with a group. And if you look at a sea urchin, they're called pumpkin shells here, and we get them on our beaches all the time. We designed our entire process around the pumpkin shell of a sea urchin because it has this hole on either side like a donut, and it kind of, if you look at it, it's got these 5 parts that rotate down. And we started thinking quite carefully around our process of this kind of reflexive, ongoing refining. Rather than getting bigger and bigger as a pumpkin shell grows, we try to get smaller and smaller as we hone in and open up our research process to citizens who can critique us at different parts of the time of the research process. So we go out into the world, we learn from stories and ethnographies and all kinds of methods, but we come back in and we invite people into that process of collaboratively analyzing with us. So this is another place in which biomimicry and biophilia has really influenced, the last 12 years of our practice as a social justice theater and research space. And it's had quite a lot of influence in law and practice. And we've responded to all kinds of things in society, from responding to land-based mining, to street-level drug addiction, the impacts of xenophobia on migrant women in our city, ocean heritage work, trying to rewrite the histories that were written by white society, rewritten by Black women, responding to human-wildlife conflict, and so on. And this has managed, we've been able to create resources through this process of calling and responding that have actually led to legal change in the United Nations, and even our artwork being used as evidence in court. It was the first time that people's indigenous knowledges were able to be brought into a legal space through arts-based evidences. And one of those evidences was this animated film we made, which looks at both the spiritual journey of and knowledge of the ocean and marine system in traditional Nguni cultures, Nguni descent cultures, but also the ecological significance of this. And this animation was submitted as evidence in a case to stop oil and gas mining in our deep sea. And I suppose the thing that we've really learned is staying in communion with the natural world in this way, through this kind of biophilic echolocation of calling and responding and meaning making and building tactile theories with our hands and with our bodies, has allowed us to create different kinds of evidences that can protect cultures, and actually allowed us to meet other ways of knowing in much richer and deeper ways. That it allowed us to work and honor spiritual traditions and cultures that are sometimes quite hard to translate into a legal space or a spatial planning space. And why is this particular part of the ocean sacred? But through meaning making, through arts-based theorizing, we've been able to do that, but deeply in communion with the natural world. And then lastly, I thought this was interesting for this community, is my ex-partner and I wrote a paper. His name's Cleo Druma. He's a fashion designer, but he's also descendant from enslaved peoples in South Africa. And he had lots of nightmares of drowning and his ancestors who were brought through on the slave ships. And he designed these life jackets for his ancestors, which were made from the clothing of his grandparents. And he made one for his grandfather, for his grandmother, and for himself, out of his old clothes. And it was a deep process of deconstructing history and reconstructing it, and actually making these flotation devices for his ancestors, for his ghosts. But in the same time, in this deep communion with the ocean, and he started diving and overcoming his fear of drowning, he started reconnecting with a part of his history that was kind of stolen from him. And the long and short of this paper is we come to think about constructing and restoring the world, that sometimes this biomimicry work can also heal a lot of like trauma that sits in our relationships, in our ancestry, and it allowed him to have conversations with his mother and his family, but also with his queerness and occupying a space. The life jacket he made for himself allowed him to float not just in the ocean and connect with the ocean again in a figurative sense, but it allowed him to also acknowledge his own positionality in the world. But these were also ended up being submitted as artifacts for recognizing the deep sea as an ancestral site of atrocities. Like Auschwitz is accepted, and the killing fields of Cambodia, they are seen as these sites of atrocities by the United Nations, but the ocean is not recognized as a site of atrocity for enslaved peoples. And so we managed to submit these life jackets as part of a policy brief submission to the International Seabed Authority. So it was a way in which art making could actually, as sculptural, in this case, these sculptural wearable pieces were able to also be legal pieces in redesigning our relationship with decisions that are made in the seabed. And so while architecture sometimes is seen as like what's in the built environment, that how we also navigate and make decisions around these places that are far from us but have huge impact and cultural significance, like the deep sea, this kind of research can also help us there. And there's the last thing I wanted to just show. I think I've run over time though, but I'll just share my screen, and I think entire screen. I think there's this website. I don't have a QR code for it, but it's the whole exhibition can be experienced in 3D. I don't know if you can see this. Of not just Cleo's life jackets, which are here, and Joanne was part of this work as well, but also this coral reef, which is a crocheted coral reef, which is made by hundreds of citizens across South Africa over 12 years. And it became a deep ecological grief project, but of thinking with coral. But it allowed for conversations around gender-based violence and all kinds of different thematic spaces. This coral reef became a site of dealing with all kinds of grief in society. And it's currently on exhibition here in Cape Town in South Africa. But I can share this link in the chat. But there's all kinds of work here of ocean spatial thinking and maps and videos, and you can click on it and learn from all different artists who were really thinking about this who are thinking with the oceans. From a kind of biophilic perspective. But I've definitely gone over time, and thank you so much, and apologies for being late.
That was really great, Dil. No need to apologize. I'm going to just offer a quick reflection and a question before we maybe open up a little bit for the panel. But for me, I think the session really reinforced an understanding of repair as an ongoing condition rather than something particular. And all of what we're seeing today with working with materials and systems through like time sustained, and we saw repair kind of emerging as both a material and really importantly a relational practice. So Yaya's exploration with the biofabrication, a material used particularly through the sugar industry's waste, was incredibly novel and showed us how repair can be regenerative, revealing, and reorganized production. And while Carlos's further explanation of the project, looking at those natural systems and seeing how learning from biomimicry, we can repair our cities through these architectural things, I think was incredibly powerful and offered us a way to rethink how repair can work with these living systems rather than imposing on them. And then Dylan, your offerings around temporality and perception, that foregrounded ways of sensing what you call the thick present, I think really brought all of this home, this idea that repair can be seen as a collective intelligence. And where meaning is not fixed, but continuously produced through the work, like in this infinite loop of making and reflecting. So the question I'm going to throw back at you guys to think about is, if architecture, we can expand that to be architecture as any sort of making practice were truly an act of repair rather than consumption, what belief must we first unlearn as designers, planners, makers? So this is just a quick response from each of you, and then we'll open up to the panel.
Sorry, Jono, could you repeat the question quickly? I have a glitch on my internet.
No, and I speak at 1,000 miles an hour. The city that I come from, our accent is very strong. If architecture were truly an act of repair rather than consumption, what belief must we first unlearn as designers, planners, makers?
It's a very good question. Carlos, go ahead.
Well, I think that the main thing we need to unlearn is to believe that we are like the center of the world, like this anthropocentric view of things and design as well, and kind of like that little arrogance that comes with any designer, like feeling capable of creating anything, makes you believe that you are the center of everything. So I think changing the focus of us as individuals and seeing it more like we are part of a system, of an environment, seeing that we are designing for this whole environment and we are all together in this. So I think that's the most important change of mindset that we need to avoid this consumption culture and creating real inclusive architecture, not only for human beings, but also for animals and all the species that live around us. I think that's...
Maybe the others can think about that. I'm going to and think about their response. I'll let you buy some time, Yaya and Dylan. We have a question here from someone named KK. Is what opportunities do you see for applying computational biophilia at an urban scale, such as infrastructure, public space, or adaptive reuse? Anyone?
I can't answer that question, but I can answer your question, Jono, to just quickly say, I think one of the best things, if repair is a central part of the future of architecture and design, then I think one of the big things we should definitely get rid of is this idea that what we make is ever finished. That it has to be, because repair in its very nature is saying that things need to be tended to and cared for over time. It's something that's iterative and ongoing. The body is always repairing itself. And relationships often need careful repair, like ongoing repair. So I think a commitment to staying in dialogue and in relationship with the things we're making and never seeing the project as finished. I think, even if you design something and you put it out to the world, your relationship with it should have some way of repair is built into an ongoing relationship with it.
Amazing. Thank you, Bill.
Sorry,
Daniel?
and on that note, I would like to also invite, if the panelists who are still here, you're welcome to turn on your camera and join this final discussion and responding to the big question as well.
Thanks, Buzz. Yeah, if you want to jump in on either of those questions, the urban design or the unlearn, you're welcome to.
Right. I think I can kind of like merge the two questions together. First of all, if we're talking about the change of mindset, I think it's pretty much we need to understand how the nature is operating. Everything lives like symbiotically, and we are part of it for sure. I think everyone understood this method, but how to be symbiotically work together under which particular method, I think this is the part which is like underexplored. Right now, we're only, let's say, living in an age of, let's say, beneficial in between the different organisms, but however, there are also other types of symbiotic relationships, and it's not only about beneficial, there's also, like fighting, there's also different types of like chains that we need to be involved, I think. So in this case, it's not only learning about how to cooperate, but also understanding what challenge we are going to facing, and then how are we going to position ourselves within this huge chain of species. And talking back to the computational biophilia, yes, we actually designed the project at the very beginning, thinking of involving it as more of a product aspect of the infrastructure. So instead of building something very big and very big and then last for a long time, we were actually thinking, why don't we design something for like a temporary scenario? So in this case, there will be less maintenance, and at the same time, it will be more adaptive. And yes, it is basically designed for remediating the soil as part of the system, to remediate the system. And I think at the stage, we are still developing the project into the next phase. Right now, it's more about the demonstration of this particular system, but I think it will be driven more by how the performance of the material interact with the local soil. And then we should be able to get a bit more clarified idea whether this will be suitable for large scale infrastructure, or it could be better to be smaller scale like product.
Maybe I can do this very easily. So, Carlos, would you like to respond to then this question? You might throw it back to Yaya, but how does the performance of biodegradable materials such as PHA evolve over time? And how should architects anticipate this in the long term? And then just to load it up, because we've got to wrap up for the day. And this is actually aimed at Dylan, who I know is not trained in architecture, but I would like to hear his opinion. I noticed that so many people who studied architecture end up in the fashion clothing sector. But how can architecture behave more like clothing, being adjustable, layered, and seasonal? So I'll leave those two as the final questions for this session, and you two can answer in your own time, and then I'll close this up.
Let me review the questions once more, please.
No problem. It's in the chat, in the webinar, but I'll read it out to you. It says, yeah, how does the performance of biodegradable materials such as PHA evolve over time? And how should architects anticipate this in long-term design strategies? Is this a you question or a Yaya question?
Actually, I think it's a more Yaya question.
But maybe you want to give it a shot and then Yaya can pick it up.
Yeah.
Sure. Right. I think I'll pick it up. Carlos, do you want to give any points? If not, I can pick it up quickly.
No, yeah, I think you can handle it better.
Right. I think for a particular, let's say for long-term strategy wise, I think PHA itself, it's a natural material. However, it takes time to degrade. So I think there are a lot of scientific research that needs to be carried afterwards. And especially when they're carrying out with scale, let's say laboratory scale is relatively fast. But when we are pretty much assemble it, regenerate into different formats of the material, then it starts to perform differently. So just giving like a very brief example, if you degrade powder, will be much faster than degrading a solid piece of cube. So I think design will be heavily driven by how material performs with the environment. And I think us as a designer versus architect, we will need to understand these performance system characterization first. And based on the data we collect from the experimental stage, then we can pretty much design a more responsive, more environmental responsive output for this particular process.
Great, thank you. Carla, you want to add anything before we hand over to Dill for the last response?
No, I think that's it. Don't know.
No problem, thank you. Dylan, you want to bring us home?
Yes. Well, I think it's a really interesting question. I mean, there's the obvious answer that both require very careful technical design work, and just the spatial thinking around fashion and architecture. You both are having to do a lot of design and planning to create patterns or plans for buildings. So there's that obvious link. But I've found it really interesting working with and getting to know architects as researchers and fashion designers is that, well, architects in particular seem to have the kind of confidence and skill to kind of cover so many different fields. Like I'm even just interacting with some of Jono's students. I was so interested in seeing how they would explore animation, and were incredible illustrators and artists in their own right, but at the same time had such a field of experience. I think you have to know everything from like physics, mathematics. It's an inherently transdisciplinary practice. And I think that lends itself to architects finding themselves in unexpected places all the time. And I have had some of the most incredible conversations and collaborations with architects because I think they practice a form of embodied research that is often not expected. I think people don't realize this about architecture because they're having to think about sociality and culture and space and physics all in one kind of threadbare, and then using artistry in the midst of that. So there's something quite inherently dynamic about the field of architecture that I find truly inspiring, and that's why I think people find themselves in fashion, or they find themselves even in sociology and anthropology, and maybe it started in architecture and even philosophy. I've had some of the most incredible philosophical encounters with architects. So and that's my take on that.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll read one last comment and then close up. This is from Sirocco Reyes to answer my first question about what we should unlearn. And their response is, we must unlearn the imperative of perpetual economic growth, measured by new construction and asset value, which treats land and building as disposable commodities. This foundational belief drives unsustainable consumption and obscures architecture's true potential, the long-term stewardship of ecological and social fabric for collective well-being. So thank you very much, Sakura, and all the other respondents in this panel provides. I'll hand over to you for the closing. Thank you, all the panelists. Much appreciated.
Yeah, thank you to all the panelists. If you're here, welcome to turn on your camera, and then we can do the closing all together. Oh, hi. It's amazing because it's well past 10 p.m. here in Hong Kong, most part of Asia. It's a Saturday night, and we still have 50 people sticking with us discussing this. So I'm truly amazed by everyone. And I have a lot of poll data over everyone's opinion over how we should build city, and I shall share that with you all later. So just 2 sentences. This symposium started off as a little anger statement about symposium itself. How we always put people with similar opinions in the same roundtable, how it's always more performative than really challenging the discourse progress forward. And so in this time, I was very happy to work with Jono and everyone over this roundtable to actually answer some difficult questions. Working frontline in architectural education, I feel the panic of the new generation of students being really afraid of if they'll get a job, what kind of technology they should use so they can get a job, what is the hype thing that they should really jump into. And I think this symposium today, from people with 0 years of experience to well over 30 years of experience and exchanging idea, it really shows us that it's not about the technology, although I teach technology in my classes, but it's really about what problem we identify and how much knowledge we have of that problem. So then whatever tool we use in 5 years time, it's not artificial intelligence, it's collaborative intelligence or some kind of new tools that we've never seen before. But the question still lies, what are the environmental, social, and governance question that we want to invest ourselves in? And I hope that would be still the question we want to take with us today of this 4 hours of discussion. And if any panelists feel like you want to end with a closing comment, please feel free to.
I mean, I can jump in. I think for me, in terms of my closing remarks, it's just a small reflection that I think it's quite clear that a repair is often framed as secondary, something that comes after design or after construction, after failure, or after making. And what we're seeing today is that repair can also be a foundational way of thinking, teaching, governing, and imagining architectures differently from the outset. So if there's one thing I hope people visiting or joining us today leave with, is that I don't think repairs should be seen as a solution, but more of a shift in orientation towards a more kind of attentiveness, a more careful way of approaching, approach with humility. And the repair doesn't promise a perfect future, whether aesthetically or technically, but it offers a way of staying with the world as it is, while still insisting that it could be otherwise. So yeah, thank you, at least from our side, for being part of this conversation, and for repairing the future with us collectively.
Thank you, Jono. Any last closing comments?
I would just say I get really excited and I'm very inspired that people are thinking so deeply with the natural world and with each other in this way. And it brings me great hope in a time where things feel really dire, that people are holding this love for each other and the natural world and trying to make love visible through architecture, through design, through healing work. And I think a commitment to repair is a commitment to kind of getting us towards maybe not a utopia, but like making pathways to like a throughutopia, as Amanda Scott puts it. So yeah, I'm really grateful and inspired to meet you all and to meet this community. And yeah, thank you for doing this work.
Thank you. Stanley, KS, Professor Lund. Closing. One line closing.
Okay. Love to see the young people are more imaginative than us, right, Stan, right? Pass to you, Stan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
No, I just turned on my phone. I'm still on the way back to home. But in the last 10 or 20 minutes, I have heard a lot of wonderful ideas that I have never heard before. And that made me feel great, particularly with my sharing today, that I'm kind of pessimistic. But with all of you youngsters and creative minds and things like that, I'm beginning to feel hopeful. So thank you, Promise and John, for hosting such a meaningful symposium.
Thank you, Professor Lund.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Stanley and Stan.
Okay. This forum inspired me, especially an opinion just by another speaker saying that architects should consider more, be more considerate instead of less self-centered and yeah, less expression. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm thinking about. Yeah, inspired by this forum. Okay.
Thank you.
For me, I learned a lot tonight, and beyond architecture is not just building, and also the building's lifetime just not within the period of design and construction. It goes beyond the architect's involvement and lasts for long, long time that tonight many ideas, it's part of our life. So I think we have lots of ideas, and to cope with the endangered world, with hope we can move on together. It's our work together. We own it, and let's hope for the best.
Okay, so then thank you everyone. Let's take one last selfie for the grams, and yeah, we'll call. Okay, like, shall we do KS favorite? Carbon zero. Okay, yes, carbon zero. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thank you everyone for staying with us till the end, and hope to see you in our next virtual symposium. Bye.
Thanks a lot.